What's going on, everybody? It's been a little bit since I've done a live stream. How's the audio? Can you guys hear me okay? Just a heads up, I have not watched this debate yet, so I have no idea what we're in for. Going to give my opinions, and I'm going to be as unbiased as possible. As unbiased as possible. I'm a pretty big Andrew Wilson fan, so it's going to be difficult, but I'm going to do my best. Gonna do my best, guys. I have no idea how the audio level is going to be on the debate itself, so if it's too quiet or too loud, let me know and I will adjust accordingly. We'll just wait a few seconds here, let some people funnel in before we get this thing bopping. How's everybody been? It's been a little bit since I've done a live stream. A couple weeks, I think. Work's been busy, life's been busy. This isn't my job, right? So I don't have a set schedule for live streams. Maybe someday it'll be a job, but for right now, it's just for fun. Just for funsies. Plus I get to hang out with all of you wonderful folks and your incredible opinions and ideas. So I'm assuming some of you probably have already watched this. Don't spoil it for me. Don't spoil it for me. Does Owen bring any facts? Or is it all just claims with zero evidence to back them up? Because that's, for the most part, like they're debating Trump, right? Like how good Trump has been doing so far with his presidency. And I'm guessing there's going to be talk about Epstein stuff. That would just be my assumption. Same old stuff we've been hearing from these people for the last however long. I will preface this to say that I am not a fan with how they handled the Epstein file release. That could have definitely been that could have been done a lot better, and it didn't help. It didn't do them any favors, leading to all of the conspiracies and whatnot that we have now because of it. Had they just done the file dump right away, I feel like that would have been, I mean, it would have been less damaging for them. I still think people would have ran with it and created all kinds of conspiracies from it, but it is what it is. All right, let's go ahead. Let's start. Let's get this going, guys. I'm excited. I am pumped up for this. I believe Rachel Wilson, Andrew's wife, has a debate tonight with Brian Shapiro. I don't know if you guys have any idea who Brian Shapiro is, but he's a lefty weirdo. I think their debate is on feminism, which is kind of strange. They couldn't find like another woman to debate Rachel Wilson on feminism. It's got to be Brian Shapiro. Very, very strange. Strange dude. All right, let's get this going.
For tonight's format, we will have 5-minute openings followed by 5-minute rebuttals, a crossfire section of 40 minutes followed by audience Q&A for 30 minutes, and then 3-minute closings. With that, I have the timer set for you. The affirmative going first. Andrew, the floor is all yours.
First and foremost, thanks all of you for being here. And before we do anything else, we got the legend Owen Shroyer. Can we give him a good round of applause? That said, you're still going to get stomped. So, first and foremost, let me clear up any misrepresentation.
James Michael 19341. You're killing me, dude. I haven't watched this yet. I said no spoilers. I've been trying to avoid as much of this as I could on social media because I wanted to watch this without knowing anything going into it.
when it comes to my views. I am anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist especially. I have done many debates on the topic, and I've won them all. I'm also very anti-Islam and consider the ideology just as poisonous as the ideology of Zionism, especially Christian Zionism. I am not a war supporter in Iran, and I never have been. I say this at the beginning of the debate, so when bad faith trolls who are on foreign accounts try to influence American politics in the comments, claiming that I'm in some way a Zionist, pro-Israel, pro-Islam shill, you can shatter the lies by simply showing them the beginning of this debate, which they won't even watch, and you and I can laugh at their stupidity together. That said, I also don't believe Jews or Arabs are ontologically evil just because they are Jewish or Arabic. I represent a worldview, and I believe there are stupid and evil ideologies in this world, and those are the things I debate against and resist on a political level. Today we debate if Trump has been successful as a president. Usually I would clear this up semantically and quickly with Owen, but we seem to have the same general notion about what success means and doesn't mean, so we will just get right to the heart of the debate. I'd like to begin by pointing out that Trump stopping two different left-wing women from becoming president and being the first president who is a woman should immediately default him to the position of a successful president. As just that alone saved the nation from years of torment and suffering from the most insufferable vocal fried women the world has ever seen. That alone, I feel like, wins me the debate, but there's so much more. Starting on the pro-Christian side, office of faith, though I don't like who's in it, I like there's an office for it. Affirm via executive order there are two genders and revoke the idea of gender being different from sex. He signed an executive order stopping trans-surgical chemical alterations of children. He made Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays affirming Christian beliefs as the ones we celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias in the government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order expanding Christian participation in adoption. He reinstated the Mexico City policy blocking U.S. tax dollars from promoting abortions in other nations. He enforced the Hyde Amendment to stop federal funding of abortions. He strengthened the conscientious protection for doctors and nurses who are against abortion. He supported religious charter schools. He directed the State Department to prioritize against Christian persecution abroad, just to name some of his policy directives. And that's just the Christian side. Domestically, his most major victory is something incredible. Net migration negative, more immigrants leaving than coming. Both legal and illegal, which was his primary function in office from the standpoint of voters, and this is one of the few Western nations where that is the case currently with limited exceptions. The Cato Institute, very pro-immigration, had to admit themselves that Trump has limited legal immigration even more than illegal immigration, negating the base fear from his own base that he would stop illegal immigration, ramp up legal immigration. He hasn't. Over 130,000 less per month just on the legal side. Real wage growth is up 1.3% under Trump. It was negative under Biden. The federal workforce down 10%, which is excellent. Crime is down across the nation. Even Owen agrees with that. The Overton window has shifted right on most national conversations, including LGBTQ and transgender ideology. This isn't even getting into the historic court cases like Roe v. Wade and Chevron, which undid huge injustices in the United States. These are just some of Trump's accomplishments among many. I just can't list them all due to time. The idea of Owen Shroyer and many other anti-Trump right-wingers is accelerationism. The glaring logical hole, of course, in that is all that happens is Democrats get power, make life worse for everybody, and then they just run back to Republicans to fix everything the Democrats did, and the entire time is spent by Republicans cleaning up the mess that Democrats and leftists left for us. It doesn't work and can't work in a two-party system. Ensuring Democrat control by denouncing Trump and Republicans just assures a packed Supreme Court, outrageous censorship, mass migration, expansion of gay agenda, feminism, and the movement of an anti-Christian and anti-Christ-driven world. You guys seem to forget we had Biden. It was awful. And rather than continue his policies, people elected Trump en masse because life under Democrats is fucking awful. Now, you aren't going to get everything you want out of any administration. Trump is way too pro-feminist, pro-gay, and pro-Zionist for my personal liking, but we all knew that going in. He was still vastly superior to the alternative to Democrats and their cohorts, especially Harris, who wanted to roll back tax breaks
30 seconds.
and tax as an offset instead of tariffs, which is Democrat policy as usual. We knew Trump was pro-Israel. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem and tore up the Iran deal the first time around. We knew this was part of what we were getting when we elected him, including Owen Shroyer. who, by the way, was put in solitary confinement by Democrats and held, in my opinion, as a political prisoner. That's what's in store for us under Democrats. I will cede no ground to Democrats under any circumstances, as there's no alternative. There's nothing. You cannot give Democrats power, period. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time, but just note that progressive ideology is always waiting to strike, and going against Trump is not going to help against that fight.
Thank you very much for that opening.
It's a pretty solid opening from Andrew. I mean, let's be real. He's got kind of a tough job. It's not like super easy right now to debate against people like Owen Shroyer in favor of Trump. So that was a pretty solid opening.
We'll kick it over to Owen for his opening as well.
Well, the premise of this debate is, has President Trump been successful or not? The premise is not, are the Democrats a bad political party? I think that we all agree with that. So that is not the premise of the debate. And I feel that the very fact that we are having this debate shows that there is at least room for consideration that the Trump administration has not been successful. And while you do list off things that Trump has been successful on, and I will give credit to this administration on securing the border and lowering crime rates, quickly on those issues, though, these are not things that we should have to beg for. These are not things that we should have to consider a success. These should be things that are considered a standard. So really, that's more of a story of how corrupt our country has become, which gets to what this administration was supposed to be all about. It was supposed to be addressing the corruption head on in that collision and destroying it in the process. And I think it's fair to say that at least to this point, it's not happening. But here's some of the other issues that I think are going to be more important when it comes to, is Trump going to be successful? The economy. The vast majority of Americans still believe the economy is heading in the wrong direction. We have more Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck today than any other time in recent history. And as everybody is well aware, our national debt continues to go to record highs. But it's not just the country that's in debt. The average citizen is in debt. It's so bad now that people are having to take out payment plans for pizza delivery. Now, you might not want to blame all of that on President Trump, and perhaps that's fair, but yet this is the economy ongoing under President Trump. And it doesn't help when anytime there's another war on the other side of the planet, we have billions of dollars to spend on that while the average American continues to struggle. So the economy, I don't think you can claim has been a success. Tied into that is Doge, the Doge cuts. Elon Musk believed we could get $1 trillion in Doge cuts annually. We got a couple 10 million, and they stopped that. There's not going to be any Doge stimulus checks, whether you wanted that or not. So Doge getting cut out cold, I think, was a major failure. Barack Obama has deported more Americans than Donald Trump. Now, we might get into the details of that today. I will spare those details for the opening. I'm sure that this will come back up, but yet that fact remains. What about the deep state? President Trump himself has posted about treasonous politicians more times than we can count. So if there's politicians that are treasonous and you are the president, then I have to ask, where are the arrests? That's kind of the biggest crime you can commit in this country, and yet nobody has been arrested. Don't even get me started on the Epstein clients, which are apparently a hoax one day, and then the next day Melania Trump is addressing the nation on how the victims of the hoax need to speak to Congress. So I'm not sure where we want to go with that, but either way, no deep state arrests. Where are all the Epstein pedophile arrests? We're not getting those. These are things that people anticipated, and yet there's no success there either. And by the way, as you mentioned, Trump's victory over the liberal women, which I think we'll all agree was a major victory, he was not the president when that happened.
Soulfluor 1234. What happened to personal responsibility? I know the economy is bad, but it's been bad on off since the 80s. This is always a talking point with every presidency since I can recall. It's the economy. The economy sucks. This is the worst the economy's ever been. It is so bad. Oh, it's so bad. It's just been bad. Has it ever been good? They don't talk about like a good economy until after they've pretty much, claimed that while it was happening, it was bad. And then 4 or 8 years later, they talk about how good the economy was back then when they were in that time period. They were complaining about how bad the economy was. Even with Trump's first term, there were constantly people talking about how bad but now if you listen to them, right, they'll say he did a really good job with the economy in his first term. And not to mention, he's been there for hasn't even been 18 months yet, right?
He's never won an election as president. Just thought I'd point that out. As far as the office of faith is concerned, it seems to be going about the same way of the Board of Peace. Nothing but vanity, no real results. You talk about the anti-Christian bias that they're fighting, yet look at who Trump is working with now. He's making sure that Karine Jean-Bowler kicked off of the Religious Liberties Commission for her political takes. Yet Laura Loomer, who is a vehement anti-Muslim, anti-Catholic psychotic, somehow has the ear of President Trump. So I'm not sure if that's really working for the anti-Christian. You know, wage growth, that's going to be an interesting one. I'm sure we're going to get more into that. But I think it goes back to the general economic picture that whether it's Trump or anybody else, Americans are still struggling. And I think if we be honest here, if we're going to be honest, a lot of this economy is actually Trump's fault. And I know he likes to blame it on Biden, but if you go back and look at it, it was the COVID economy that caused the permanent damage. It was the COVID economy that resulted in 10 to 15 to 20% inflation. Those are Trump's policies. Now, Biden was obviously a disaster. I'm not here to promote anything Biden did, but that was the Trump economy. The COVID economy is the Trump economy. Now, as far as accelerationism is concerned, I don't believe I have ever publicly supported that. I do understand the concept. I understand why people like it. I'm not here because I want Democrats to win. And I think this is a very important statement for me to make because much like in your opening statement, you wanted to clarify some things that people get wrong about you, I want to clarify this. I do not want Democrats to win. As has already been documented in this debate, Democrats have put me in prison. In fact, I was put in jail 4 times for supporting President Trump, including the last one when I was put in solitary confinement. So believe me, I know how dangerous the Democrats are. The problem is, it's not up to me. This is Trump. If Trump cannot get the Republicans over the finish line in the midterms, that has nothing to do with podcasters, it has nothing to do with accelerationists, and it has everything to do with President Trump and the GOP. And ultimately, that's going to be the major measuring stick.
Okay, so you're not going to take any responsibility for the rhetoric that you consistently spew on a daily basis that's incredibly anti-Trump. It's all Trump's fault. It's going to be Trump's fault. It's got nothing to do with the podcasters and all the crap that we say on a daily basis. Are you kidding me? Podcasters are kind of a pretty big reason that Trump got elected. Pretty big reason. But now, no, it's not our fault. It's got nothing to do with us. It's all Trump because Daddy Trump didn't give us everything we wanted. Daddy Trump didn't do all the things that we wanted him to do. So it's Daddy Trump's fault.
As to whether or not he's successful.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that 5-minute opening as well. We'll jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. The timer is set for you, Andrew.
Yeah, so this is just straight time, right?
You said straight timed?
Yeah, so 5 minutes each?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. So let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because they have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in that artificially keeps the wages depressed.
Little House Blue. People have bought pizza on a payment plan as soon as pizza joints accepted credit cards. Difference now is when you order an app, it offers karma payments. It just shifted who you pay payments to. Yeah, like that. So it's Trump's fault that people are financially irresponsible. It's, the economy's so bad that people have to order pizza using karma or whatever other payment loan processor there is now. No, that's the people's fault. Don't order the pizza. You can't afford it, don't buy it.
For corporations, they can then sell you things and goods for cheaper. Pretty simple, right? So what does Trump do? Stops all this mass migration. Prices go up. I'm stunned. We were forewarned of this for years by the opposite side, by progressives. And so what's hilarious about this is that, yeah, it is in fact going to be the case that if American companies have to start paying fair wages to American citizens, prices are going to go up. But you can't have your cake and eat it too, Owen. You can't say, I want there to be no mass migration to the United States at all, and I want all my goods and services cheap. It's not going to work that way. How can it? Can you explain to the audience what the Owen Shroyer policy would be to offset that? No, you can't, because you wouldn't have one. You're going to have to eat shit on that. One way or the other, you're going to have to. The other problem is, he says there's a war on the other side of the planet. That's true. There is. It's been going on for about 7 weeks. That's about it. 7 weeks.
So not
That's our
47
big,
years.
hang on, it's my rebuttal time. I won't interrupt yours, I promise. 7 weeks, not quite the forever war that we were promised from the other side. And it seems to be ramping down. Not only that, when it comes to that war, what we find is that most of the exports in oil are going from China. They're going to China. How does it not behoove the United States strategically to do something about that? Of course it does, and we can dive into that too in the open back and forth. Now, I'm not a big supporter of foreign wars, especially not in Iran. I'm not making any excuses for it. I'm just pointing out something which is obvious. He also says Elon Musk did Doge cuts. Were Democrats going to do Doge cuts? No. Trump made that promise, and that's exactly what they tried to do. He's been hamstrung at every level. This guy has 3 times the amount of court cases against him as any other president does in the last 50 years. It's ridiculous. Democrats hamstring him at every corner. So as we go through this, let's talk about Epstein. That's another big one. With Epstein, you have to separate mythology, the actual mythology of Epstein, from the facts of Epstein. To hear the other side tell it, there is a global pedophilic satanic organization which runs the United States. The evidence they have for that? Fucking nothing. They have nothing. They have no evidence whatsoever. Guarantee you he won't be able to provide us with any evidence for that. Not a single shred. Not only that, I'll tell you something really interesting. I do know of a satanic type religion of pedophiles, and right this second, Trump's blowing them up. Right this second, as we speak, he blew up their leadership. The Ayatollah Khomeini instituted child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran. And we're killing them, overwhelming. You want to talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now who are pedophiles. That would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently. So it's really funny to me, the Epstein people, hey, wait a second, we're totally anti-pedophile. This is ridiculous. There's pedophiles at the top levels. They have no evidence for that. And yet, if we just look not too far away, we see that there's an entire nation of pedophiles. Do you mind doing trade with them? Right? Owen Shroyer recently said, I don't care why, or he said in his debate with Shabos, why is it that Iran is not allowed to have a nuke, but Israel is? What are you advocating for there? That a whole country full of pedophiles is allowed to have a nuclear bomb? Why should we allow that? It's ridiculous. Moving through some of these other problems, he says the problems Republicans podcasting means nothing. When we're talking about Trump, especially in his second term, podcast meant everything. In fact, Kamala Harris said it herself. Joe Rogan. And the fact that Trump went on Joe Rogan really helped push him over the top. Harris regretted the fact she didn't do the syndicated radio shows. He didn't do the podcast circuit. She didn't do any of that. She regretted it. She said that she regretted it. She even blamed Myron Gaines, a podcaster, for parts of her loss. She blamed him and the evil manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on the stage right now. So as we go through this, I'm kind of happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can so that we can see if any of these criticisms actually hold muster. He says he's not addressing corruption.
15 seconds.
Yeah, he's not addressing corruption head on. It's like, wait a second. What do you mean? He's going after the SPLC right this second. As we speak, super corrupt organization, which was working with the deep state, by the way. Just pointing that out.
With that, we'll kick it over to Owen for his 5-minute rebuttal as well. Floor is all yours, Owen.
All right. Well, As far as when this war started, obviously there's a lot of contention in the geopolitical debate realm, but at least for this administration, it started last June with Operation Midnight Hammer. And since then, we haven't gotten a lick of honesty, because we were supposed to have annihilated, or obliterated was the official word from the president, their nuclear capabilities. And then they came back a few months later and said Iran was weeks away, days away from a nuke. And so now we're over there again. And I think to most people, they perceive this war, I think accurately, as just another regime change war. Now, you may not care for Iran's leadership. You're not going to get any pushback from me on any of that. And yet the facts remain. This was a regime change war. They lied to us about it from the very beginning. There is a major contingency of Trump's voting base that voted for no new wars. It was part of the campaign promise. In fact, Trump himself, for decades, has been talking about how we've wasted blood and treasure in the Middle East, wasted it, his own words. He ran against Bush's wars in his first campaign in 2015 and 2016, and he even said specifically no more regime change wars. So that's just a total reversal of policy on that, and this has people wondering who's making these decisions. I don't need to get into that now, but we're not even getting consistency on the messaging in the last couple of weeks. The strait is closed. It's not closed. We've won the war. The war's not over. We need to go in. Nobody really knows. And by the way, I think Trump does that strategically. But nonetheless, the truth is that we don't get any honesty from this administration. It just doesn't add up. And as far as the strategy with China and Russia, I'd like to think.
Okay, so he thinks, which makes sense, which I think a lot of people think this, is that what we hear Trump say to the public, what we see media say to the public, is on purpose. It's strategic. They're not going to come out and publicly say what they're going to do, what's going on, what they're thinking. That would be stupid. That would be a really dumb thing to do. So he says that, admits it, like, I think it's probably strategic, but then in the same breath is like, but they're still not being honest. Like, bro, that's what? You just contradicted yourself there. I think it's strategic, but they're not being honest. Okay, well, either they're going to be honest and not strategic, or they're going to be strategic and they just can't really be honest publicly about it. Pick one. Pick one, dude.
That this is all going to work out in our favor. I'd like to think that that's the play that Trump is making. However, it doesn't appear to be going in our favor. I think that most of the world is looking at the foreign policy of this administration, and they're seeing it as very, very favorable to Israel, which is essentially a pariah of the entire international community. And so instead of perhaps these countries maybe driving away from Russia and China, I think they're driving to China and Russia. And away from the United States because of Trump's aggression, again, in the Middle East, as the world views it, on behalf of Israel. As far as the Dems, hamstringing Trump, I think that happened a lot in the first administration. I'm not really seeing as much of it in this administration. But this gets back to the deep state. I thought we were talking about criminals. I thought we were talking about the Obama administration committing treason. We were talking about them illegally spying. And yet now President Trump says, I'm okay to give up my liberties for safety. I'm okay with them illegally spying on you. That doesn't really sit well with me. And I think the Dems are going to look at that very favorably when we get to the midterms. Israel does have a nuke. It is it's a violation of the nuclear proliferation agreement. They're not supposed to have one. Everybody knows they have it. In fact, technically, they shouldn't even be our ally because they have a nuclear weapon, but somehow they're above all of these rules. Now, again, I'm not here to take any ground in defense of Iran, but I will point out the fact that Israel is famous for repatriating pedophiles. That is a fact. Everybody knows it. American pedophiles are able to flee to Israel and get safe harbor there. We have many, many instances of this. Now, the Epstein files, I don't know how deep we want to go into this. This one is a little confusing to me. You say, show me evidence that there is a pedophile ring. Well, I would slap down on the table, not even 50% of the Epstein files. We don't even know how many we've gotten, but it's 50% max. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich, and they're not in prison, and that's where they should be. So I don't really want to have to think about Iran's cultural issues. These are Americans and people that were using them for blackmail to get leverage over our country. That's how most people perceive these Epstein files, of which we don't even have the entire files. But in them, we see references, what appear to be killing people, taking women, young women, babies as sex slaves. Who knows what else is going on in these files? There's very obvious code language. I know this. If I was able to get one of my kids' cell phones, and I'm reading through this cell phone, and they keep talking about pizza and grape soda and jerky, I'm going to pull one of them aside and I'm going to say, hey, what are you talking about? And if they say, oh, I'm just a pizza connoisseur, me and my friends just make beef jerky and eat grape soda, I'm going to say, bullshit. Tell me what the hell you're talking about. If I see you saying, I'm going to get pot from my friend, I know you're not talking about a potted plant. I know you're talking about drugs. So it's obvious the same thing is going on in these emails. Where is the investigation? If your kid brought that to you, you would not believe them for 1 second. You'd say this is clearly code language and I'm going to investigate what it is. I think we should continue to investigate these Epstein files instead of continuing to cover them up, because I do think there is a there, as most other Americans do, and that's something that Trump campaigned on and many of his administration talked about for years.
And time. With that, we're going to jump into the crossfire. This is 40 minutes, so this is fully up to you guys. If it gets too rocky, I'm going to jump in and put it into 90-second responses. So the floor is yours, gentlemen, for open dialogue.
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation of pedophiles. So you and I both agree that this happens and it's abhorrent. Do you know that what the numbers are, roughly?
The last story I read was a CBS story. It was a couple dozen, I think.
I think total that I could find, I was being as charitable to your view as I could, it's about 200. That's a lot. It's a significant amount. But it's nothing in comparison to the Catholic Church.
Ooh.
Nothing.
Ooh.
Which is somewhere around 100,000 children, perhaps, or more. When we talk about this idea of pedophilia here in the United States, Owen, this is my big issue with this, is that there's always a red herring, right? The red.
Was he saying that 200 perpetrators of pedophilia have escaped or fled back to Israel for a safe haven? Or was it there have been 200 victims? Because then he goes on to say that with the Catholic Church, there's 100,000 plus victims. Well, how many Catholic priests or Catholic whatever were perpetrators? Is that in the hundreds? Is that in the thousands? I wish he would have made a better point there.
Hearing is, well, Israel repatriates pedophiles. It's like, yeah, that's true. So does the United States in a way, though. We have passport bros who they go to Malaysia, they have sex with underage kids, and then they come back here. It's the same exact principle applied. The only difference is there's no official right of return. There doesn't need to be. They're already U.S. citizens. But when we're talking about this, we know where the groups of pedophiles are. We've known this for years. The Catholic Church, for instance, again, part of one of the largest pedophilic scandals in the world. Which church do you belong to again? Is it Catholic?
I have no qualms with what you're saying about the Catholic Church, whether I identify as one or not. So go ahead. I will sit here all day as a confirmed Catholic and ridicule their pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm just saying that when you use the red herring of the Israeli repatriation...
How is it a red herring if it's true?
Because the red herring happens when
Didn't you admit it's hundreds?
When you say, hey, wait a second. Yeah, hundreds.
So it's a real thing. So it's not a red herring.
No, the red herring portion of it is when you obfuscate away from the argument on the Epstein files as though there's a global cabal of pedophiles. I point out in Iran.
Dr. Green Thumb, I thought Wilson was Catholic. No, he's Orthodox. He is not Catholic.
There's an open cabal of pedophiles. You say, well, Israel harbors pedophiles too. It's like, no, they don't have official policy for pedophilia, dude.
Hold on a second. You just admitted you're talking about people that have been actually charged with crimes of pedophilia that Israel knowingly takes in. They are very well aware.
Same difference. Not exactly. Biggest difference is one will defend the Pope no matter what, and the other ones will tell the Pope to kiss their ass. They don't follow the same structure there.
That's
So
in
they are
some
very
instances.
well aware.
Sometimes it's suspected. One of the big key ones was an Australian case I'm sure you're familiar with. That was one of the big key ones, but it's not always the case that they're charged with anything. There lots of them are just suspected of this.
There was just
the
an,
same
there
way
was
that
just
the
an
United
IDF.
States
There was
is
just an
suspected.
IDF. Hold on.
Yeah,
There was just
go
an
ahead.
IDF security official, Alexandrovich, who just got charged, caught in a bust, and he fled over there. He's gone.
Of course, but you're going to
So
find.
give me a comparable story this year to the Catholic
You can find
Church.
the same thing.
Show me the Catholic
perhaps,
Church. Show me
yeah.
the Catholic Church finding a pedophile and saying, "Come to the Catholic Church."
They moved them to other churches. What are you talking about?
So
to
show me.
allow them to continue to offend hundreds of thousands of cases.
So
What do you
show me.
mean?
Show me one name.
I'm supposed to remember every name of every
I
bishop?
just gave you one name in the last year. Tom Alexandrovich, IDF
Are you
security
denying
official,
that the
fled
Catholic
to Israel.
Church doesn't move around pedophiles?
No, I just said they do. I
Then
can talk
why
about
are
the
you-
Catholic Church all day
then-
long.
then why are you
But we're
arguing
talking
the
about the
point?
Trump administration dealing with the Epstein files. That's what
Oh,
we're
yes.
talking about.
So
here.
as we're
If Andrew was going to use that as an argument, he should have had a couple of names. He should have had a couple of names ready to go. That sucks. That was a missed opportunity there.
diving into the Epstein files, give me your biggest piece of proof that Donald Trump in any way knew about any pedophilia, and name actual names of people who you're willing to say are pedophiles in that administration. Go ahead.
Okay, I never made either one of those claims.
Exactly.
But I will respond to your question. Howard Lutnick lied when he said he hadn't been to the island since he found out. He got caught lying. He took his family there. This was after Epstein had already been a convicted pedophile. Now, if Donald Trump wants to claim he has plausible deniability as far as Epstein's activities are concerned, I suppose that's fair
Are you
enough.
even claiming that guy's a pedophile?
Well, you know what? If you want to talk about the things Trump has said about his daughter,
answer the question
Ivanka,
before
we can
you
talk about
obfuscate.
it. We can talk about
Answer the
Donald
question.
Trump. Hold on a second.
Are
We
you
can
going to call that guy a pedophile?
Have
or
I
no?
called Trump a pedophile once?
Well, this is why I'm getting clarification.
The answer
on
is
this.
no.
The reason I'm getting
The answer is
clarification
no.
is because on the Epstein files, people refuse to separate mythology from fact. And there's a lot of mythology here. And this mythology that you guys continuously talk about, that Trump is in some way associated with this global cabal of satanic pedophiles, but you never name names, you never give evidence. Your only evidence is they don't give us evidence. Why would you trust the evidence that these people give you anyway? Why would you even trust that anyway? You don't trust them, the evidence that they've given you so far. So why is it always the demand is like, I want endless evidence of a thing that we always make claims about, but can never demonstrate? Why?
So Trump is obviously maybe mentioned more than anyone else in the files. If you want to claim that he has nothing to show illegal in the files, that's fine. Howard Lutnick, however, lied when he said he hadn't been there. He is still in the Trump administration. He was just running point for their meeting at the Oval Office just last week. And he's in the files taking his kids to Epstein Island. So would you take your kids to Epstein Island?
Well, okay, so are you saying at the time there was media scrutiny that this was a pedophilic island? He was
Yes,
supposed to know
100%.
it? He was
100%.
supposed to
Epstein
know
had
it?
already been charged. He'd already been to jail.
Are you saying this guy took his kids to the island to get them raped?
I don't know what he took his kids to the island for.
you
He
don't
denied
know.
it. He
By the
denied
way,
it.
again, by the way,
He denied
this,
it.
This again
He
is
lied.
absence of evidence means that that's evidence. That's not evidence.
No,
you
no,
guys
no. Did
never
Howard
will
Lutnick,
actually
hold on.
name.
Did Howard Lutnick go to the island?
I'm not sure.
He admitted it. He's in the files.
Yeah,
He
I'm
took
not-
his kids.
I'm not sure on that particular. But it's irrelevant, the particular, because even if I grant the particular, you won't actually call the guy a pedo because you don't have evidence. You never have evidence, just claims. Claim, 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 no evidence for it. Now, I'm willing to cede a bunch of points to you. If you can show me some evidence of it, happy to do it.
So you-
Trump
wait,
was,
hold on.
hang
Are
on,
you
I'm almost
contending-
done.
are you
Trump was
contending-
actually right. He claimed that the Democrats were going to use the talking point that Trump's a pedophile, Trump's covering for pedophiles, the whole 9 yards. He says, yeah, that's a hoax. Whole thing's a damn hoax. And it is. The whole damn thing is a hoax. They've been calling this guy a pedophile. You just said he's named in the, how many times is he named in the Epstein files? That's a Democrat talking point. But what's he named in the Epstein files for actually doing? What?
Well, there are FBI investigations that have some pretty serious claims. They never
Not
manifested
credible.
anything.
They
That's fine.
literally
That's
say
fine.
not credible.
So we're not here to have a debate over the Epstein files. But I
brought
do,
it up as
but
a
I
reason
do
he's a
find it
failure.
odd. No, you are the one that brought it up. But I do find it odd that you're going to pretend like Howard Lutnick didn't lie about going to the island after Epstein was convicted
I'll even
and took his
see
kids.
the point.
Are
Even
you
if
going
I
to tell
do
me?
see
Hold
the
on a second.
point, it doesn't help your
Are
point.
you going to tell me? Are you going to tell me that Donald Trump was not friends with Jeffrey Epstein?
He was initially friends
Okay.
with Jeffrey
So-
Epstein,
so
but
he
he
is-
also
so he is-
also banned him from his properties.
That's fine, and he might have helped bring him in.
Hang on,
too.
he banned him from his properties, and he was also front and center at pointing out to people that Epstein was a creep. That's one. And two, everything that's mentioned in the files, Michael Tracy has done great work on this. He's gone through them ad nauseum.
So
the things which are put in there about Trump are ridiculous on their face. And the claims from various people about Trump are noted inside of these files most of the time as being not credible at all.
Here's what's credible. Alex Acosta is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein his sweetheart deal. It was so bad of a deal that they had to re-examine it and re-arrest Jeffrey Epstein and put him back in jail in New York City.
Which administration did that happen under?
Where he was ultimately killed.
Yeah, which administration did that happen under?
The Trump administration.
That's right. He got
which is actually
rearrested
starting
under
to
the
look
Trump
a little more
administration.
suspicious. It's actually starting to look a little more suspicious now. Yeah.
How is that more suspicious? So
he died in jail.
What administration
How
did
did he die
Acosta?
in jail?
What administration did Acosta?
Trump's.
Was he in when he cut the deal?
He wasn't in office. Trump wasn't in office.
Yeah.
Acosta was an attorney.
Whose administration was that under?
Obama's.
Obama. So Obama, we have Acosta, goes ahead and gives him the sweetheart deal, right, under Obama. Under the Trump administration, they rearrest Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that amazing? The guy protecting the pedophiles.
So the person that Trump brought into his administration is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal that no pedophile, child sex trafficker has ever seen before in their life. Such a sweetheart deal, they had to rearrest him again.
Yeah, they have seen it before in their life. First of
look,
all,
whether
he wasn't even accused of pedophilia. What he was accused of was localized trafficking in Florida. And yes, people have been cut sweetheart deals for that. You're full of it.
Okay, so your stance is
so
your stance is Epstein was not a pedophile and there's nothing in the Epstein files. Because I don't want to debate this the whole time.
I didn't say that. My stance is that there's bold claims which are made, and I can see you running from it. I don't blame you for running from the claims.
This isn't the debate. I'm not
don't
here
have
to,
evidence.
I mean, you're on a
Is it a failure of Trump's
This is
or not?
worse. Absolutely.
Well, then
Absolutely.
it's part of the debate.
There should be dozens of Epstein
Then
arrests.
it's part of the debate.
They are literally
Of who?
covering it up.
Tell me who.
Exactly. They've redacted the names.
Who should we be arresting? Exactly.
I'd love
What does
to
that
know.
mean?
Why are all the names redacted from the files?
Because
Why haven't they
I'll
given
tell
us
you.
all the files?
I'll actually tell you. And if you had done your due diligence, you would know this.
Oh, because they're victims.
No. Because victims advocacy groups and lawyers have tied this thing up like nobody's business. And again, Michael Tracy's done the research on
And no pedophiles
this.
go to jail.
Which pedophiles should go to jail?
The ones that they've redacted. So
what are their names?
So Epstein trafficked kids to Noah.
No, Epstein was getting kids.
So Epstein,
Ghislaine was trafficking kids to him.
Okay, so Epstein raped all the kids. No one else did.
Name a single person he trafficked a kid to.
They're all redacted from the files. What are you
The
talking
files
about?
don't even indicate
You
that.
can
Who?
see in the emails. He says, "I have girls. How old do you want them? I have girls. I don't like yellow. I want Russian." That's all right there.
That's not him. There's nothing to do with pedophilia, as far as you know. Show me some evidence.
As far as you know, it does.
Wait a second. Absence of evidence is not evidence. Do you agree with that?
No, I'm using your logic against you. If you're saying
My
it
logic
doesn't
works
prove
for
anything,
me and not for you.
Okay, so I'll accept this because I don't want to debate. So Epstein was not a pedophile. He was not trafficking children to anybody. He was not friends with Trump. They're not covering up They're not covering up the files.
I'm willing to see the distinction between the mythology of Epstein trafficking children to all of these various pedophiles is a mythology. I'm also willing to see that Epstein himself may very well have been a pedophile, but it seemed like the trafficking was going to him. And you have no proof to the alternative of that. And even when you point at Acosta,
So what is
this
Epstein
happens
doing?
under Obama, rearrested under Trump. Trump's the only one who released any Epstein files at all, signed in the Epstein Transparency Act.
Yeah,
Congress
after they
after
redacted them for weeks, they still haven't
Because of
released everything.
victims.
They still haven't released everything, by the way.
How would Trump unredact them? Can you explain that to me?
Well, they shouldn't be redacted at all.
Yeah, but how would Trump unredact them?
Well, it's actually pretty easy. I think he calls them and says, "Hey,
No.
unredact these."
No. That's the judicial branch. That's a different branch of government.
And he can
Trump,
call them and tell
Trump's
them to do
allowed
that.
to do that with classified documents. Not allowed to do that with redactions. Those redactions are going through the judiciary. So what should Trump do here?
He can easily declass. He can easily release everything.
They're not classified. They're redacted.
Then why aren't they released?
He did release them.
Not
he
all
released
of them.
millions of documents.
Not all of them.
And not only that, again, how would he get them unredacted? Tell me.
Not even all of them. They're
Tell
not
me
even
how
all
he would
released.
get them unredacted. How?
It's very simple. You bring out the investigators and you simply read the names that are redacted. That's all you got to do.
You mean like they did in front of a press club, and those poor guys who weren't actually pedophiles got calls and threats and everything else?
That happened to one guy.
Yeah,
that
but
happened
I mean,
to one guy.
that's reading the names of people who aren't even related to it.
Okay,
And this is the problem,
So
man.
this is good. So you're satisfied with the Epstein files?
I didn't say satisfied, but I'm pointing out that I'm not willing to make claims that Donald Trump's a bad guy based on redactions that he's not responsible for. You can't tell me how he should
How is Owen not even aware of the point that Andrew is making here? How does he not comprehend? Like, Andrew isn't arguing in favor of them hiding the Epstein files or them not releasing the Epstein files. What is Owen talking about? Is he just not even listening to Andrew? He's saying you guys are going out and you're making these wild accusations and claims based off of no evidence. I'd be willing to bet that Andrew absolutely would support the release of all of the Epstein files, that he would support redacting all of that shit. But it hasn't been, and it's probably not going to be. He's just not willing to go out and make outlandish claims and accusations with no evidence. I don't understand how Owen is missing that point. Like, oh, okay, so you're satisfied with the Epstein files. You're cool with it. Like, no, but at the same time, I'm not going to go out and just spread conspiracy theories based off of bullshit.
Redact them. You can't tell me
it's
who
very
the,
simple.
who
I want
the
all the
victims are.
files.
You
Show
can't
me
tell me
all
any
the
of
files.
this.
What do you mean the victims go in front of Congress every freaking day?
I only want to jump in just because, given that we have only 40 minutes for the open dialogue, though it's been epic so far. I just want to be sure if there are other topics you want to cover. We have 28 minutes left.
I would say,
Can we
would
move on
say
to the economy?
The Epstein files is a debacle and a disaster for
The
President
releasing
Trump.
of the Epstein files was a debacle. I agree with that. The problem is that what I'll never accept is lack of evidence being evidence of a thing. And while you pretend that there's a global pedophilic ring that you have no evidence of controlling the United States, I can show you a global pedophilic ring which exists right out in the open that Trump's blowing up right now.
So Epstein didn't put a bunch of security cameras in all of his places. That didn't happen. He wasn't working with Maxwell, the daughter of the top
Yes,
Israeli
he worked
spy.
with Ghislaine Maxwell. Yes, there were security cameras in his various places. All of that is correct. That's, again, asking questions, not providing evidence.
So why does he do that for?
Wait, there's cameras here. What's that evidence
This is an
of?
event. This is a televised event.
Yeah, but what's that evidence of?
Who is Epstein televising what's going on in his room?
He wasn't televising anybody. Got any proof?
So why are there cameras installed?
Because the same reason rich people have cameras all over their houses?
So he has them in all of his bedroom secret cameras?
What secret cameras? Can you show them?
Yeah, they're in the emails. He literally hired IDF security people to put secret cameras in all of his rooms.
No.
He had a damn security room with monitors in his mansions.
Yeah. You're talking about one specific instance in one specific room, by the way. Not a
What? Okay, so there's no evidence that they did anything with those cameras, right? No evidence. Can't prove anything. We can only suspect that things were done. That's Andrew's entire point. Like, yeah, no, I can't imagine that Andrew Wilson's like, no, it's totally cool that Epstein. Like, nobody's supporting Epstein here on either side of this. But there's no evidence. Why were there cameras in there? Don't know. I have suspicions, but I can't for sure say one way or the other why. Not to mention, I think like that was that like the New York property or something? Like, I don't even think that's where any of the trafficking stuff happened, was it? Wasn't that mostly, what was it, Florida and then I suppose the island?
all of his properties and not in the Florida properties. And those are the ones where he got convicted of all these things. So what are you talking about? You're talking about a completely unrelated thing to what I'm asking you. Do you have evidence that Trump was part of a global pedophilic ring or that anybody was?
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
Give me your best piece.
The Epstein files.
Best piece in the Epstein files.
The whole freaking thing. What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay, so hold on. So was Epstein convicted?
Not of pedophilia.
Yes, he was.
Okay, who?
Was Maxwell convicted?
Who? I'm sorry.
Was Maxwell
I'm sorry. When was Jeffrey Epstein convicted of pedophilia?
So Epstein, jail. Maxwell,
when
jail.
was Epstein
Jean-Luc
convicted
Brunel,
of pedophilia?
jail.
When was
Two of them committed suicide
when was Epstein
in jail.
convicted of pedophilia?
I think whatever the first charge was, it 2007 in Florida.
That's not. He wasn't convicted for pedophilia.
Trafficking
pedophilia.
children isn't pedophilia.
First of all,
so now you're saying Epstein wasn't a pedophile?
He was doing underage. There was one or two of the underage prostitutes that came from the school. That's true.
I would really like to know what their definition of PDF file is, because there's a specific definition for that word, and we're just throwing that around basically with any underage essay. And that's just not what that word is. It's not what that word means. I feel like that's a really strong word. And the definition is very important. Prepubescent. It's very important. I'm not saying that like one is worse. I mean, they're bad. Okay. It's bad. Underage or PDF file. Bad, right? But there is a difference. There is a distinction between those two things. And I think we should keep that. I think that's important. And I would be curious. So if they just go with, well, they're underage, meaning they're not 18. And that now is Owen, I haven't been paying attention. Is Owen Shroyer coming out and calling Russell Brand a PDF file? Anybody on that side? Are they going at Russell Brand right now and calling him a PDF file? He was 30 years old and he was picking up a 16-year-old from school. Granted, pretty sure that it was legal, right? 16's consent over there. Legal, moral, is that if it's a PDF file here, it's a PDF file over there. Are they calling him that? I'd be curious because I don't think they are.
But I
So
think
that's underage.
I think they were 16, 17, not prepubescent children. It's a whole different ballgame. He wasn't convicted of pedophilia.
Okay, so Epstein wasn't a pedophile. Glad we got there.
I didn't say Epstein
might be
wasn't a
an opportunity.
pedophile. I said you haven't given us any proof he is. Got some?
Yeah, there's no proof Epstein wasn't a pedophile.
Oh, I'm
guys.
gonna
No
use an
proof.
argument from
He killed
incredulity.
himself in jail.
I
Nothing
wanna
to
jump
see
in.
here. And
No,
we
I
should
do
probably
want to-
pardon Maxwell,
I'm
too, at this
totally,
rate.
I'm
do
totally
wanna jump
incredulous,
in.
but I have no evidence of my claims.
Just
What
because
a-
the
that's-
economy is another.
What a whine. What a complaint. I can't beat your arguments, so I'm going to completely straw man your argument. Oh, because there's no proof. I guess he's not. He's total. Epstein was totally cool. Like, no. These people, man.
Other topic we might want to cover still while we have time. We do still have about 25 minutes.
Anyway, so I try to operate off a facts basis. What happened, I'll just sum this up real quick, and then I'll give you the last word on it, to be fair.
I'll
Just summarize it very quickly on Epstein. Epstein very well could have been a pedophile and likely was himself a pedophile. But when you make these claims about demonic global pedophile rings which control the United States, yeah, I want some fucking evidence. I do. And I'm not willing to throw the President of the United States that I voted for under the bus without any evidence. I'm not. So, if you want to tie it off, you can.
Well, I'll just say we also saw in the Democrat emails spirit cookings and children in the hot tub for entertainment. But there's no evidence of pedophile rings or anything.
You're talking about
I'm sure none of it
Podesta
happens.
spirit cooking?
I'm sure none of it
The
happens.
big art
hate
project
to-
That's right,
spirit cooking?
Podesta. That's
I
right.
too-
Yes, Leon Podesta, who was part of a
hate to
massive
push
art
us
project
into-
for spirit cooking, along with, how about we talk about Rocket Pizza? Did they have babies underneath there, Owen? Did they have children in the
good-
basement, Owen?
Good opportunity to go into the economy.
Yeah, all right. So, moving into this, I just got a single question for you. Owen, how would eliminating mass migration into a net negative not cause economic downturn or higher prices? How is that even possible?
Well, it's actually, there's a simpler fix to that, and that is you have to cut taxes. You have to cut them significantly. You have to cut them immediately. Americans are paying roughly 30% of the money that they make plus the property that they own.
I mean, yeah, I'm cool with that. Please, yes, cut taxes. I would love to pay less in taxes. I'm never going to argue for more taxes ever. So yes, no, totally agree with Owen there. Cut them taxes. Fuck them.
That number needs to be single digits tops, and a lot of Americans will have a little more money to take care of their bills and take care of their family, but we're not really having that
I've only caught clips of that. I haven't watched that whole thing. A little off topic too. I believe it was Joe Kent and Alan Dershowitz were on Piers Morgan. That was like Alan Dershowitz basically came out. He's been a lifelong Democrat and he's like, I can't vote for Democrats anymore. So now I have to vote for Republicans. It's like, oh man, from Alan Dershowitz is a brilliant legal mind. All credit where credit's due when it comes to that. Shut the fuck up, Alan, and don't tell me that you're gonna vote Republican now. I'm gonna be honest. That's not a like a shiny endorsement. There's a lot of people that don't like Dershowitz. All right, that kind of sucked. I couldn't believe. It's like, oh no, just be quiet, Alan, be quiet. But here we are.
happen. Now, I feel like this whole argument is assuming that Americans don't want these jobs. I don't
No, it's
know.
assuming they do. In fact, my argument to you is just, I'll simply state it. If it's the case that we bring in, I don't know, 100,000 immigrants tomorrow to California, let's say, okay, and they're willing to take $10 an hour less than the Americans who are there, would you agree with me that that'll probably save you prices in goods and services from whatever that corporation is or company?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably. So like if you took McDonald's and you paid them $25 an hour, your cheeseburger's going to get more expensive. You agree with that? So you can offset that with immigrant labor. Do you agree that that's likely true?
Yes, but I don't believe that's the solution.
I agree with you. But if it is in fact the case that Trump is doing his job, which it seems like he is since we have negative net migration, why wouldn't it be the case that if we're deporting all of these illegals and they're self-deporting at an overwhelming rate, of course your localized food prices are going to go up because most of these jobs are now going to Americans. In fact, this is exactly what Cato is saying. They're saying we're getting hurt mostly in the economy because Trump is not even letting legal immigrants come in. I thought that was what we wanted, man. We want to stop that legal and illegal immigration. But it's like, not if your fried chicken's going to go up 30 cents. What are you talking about? We want that, right?
Well, the deportation numbers are not where they need to be. I don't know how much that falls into the economic realm of things. Obama deported more people than Trump, so we're not.
There was a lot
getting
more
those
people
numbers.
to deport.
But I think that there's other reasons for that. I think that this gets into the, let's say, failures at the Department of Justice.
I would agree. Deportation numbers need to go up. I don't disagree at all there.
Which maybe they're just starting to get into with the SPLC, but I don't know. We'll see about that if we come back to that. We're being told as Americans, hey, buck up and pay more for gas. It's this war in Iran. You've got to buck up. It's your patriotic duty to pay more for gas. That is a war that's being fought in the foreign and special interests. Do you think Americans might be willing, instead of paying another extra $1 per gallon of gasoline, maybe an extra 10 cents for a cheeseburger if they know that that means Americans are taking the job? I mean, that's essentially what we're being
But most
asked.
Americans don't know that because even people on my side are running around saying Trump's not deporting enough people, even though we have a net negative in migration right now. Those jobs,
we do have a closed border.
Hang on, those jobs, yes, a closed border and net negative migration, legal and illegal.
Ex-Samurai 25. I'm convinced Owen is just stupid at this point. I wouldn't call Owen Shroyer stupid. He's not like the best debater. I mean, he does it, so props to him. Like, props to Owen for showing up and doing this debate, right? But I don't know if you guys caught his debate with Destiny. I forget how long ago that was. He didn't do a very good job in that debate either. But I don't know that I would call Owen stupid. You know what I mean? Like, he worked for InfoWars for the longest time, got fired by Alex. He's trying to build his own thing. Guys, it makes sense. He's going to jump on the easiest grift maybe ever right now. Like, that doesn't surprise me at all. It's an incredibly easy grift right now to go Trump bad, Israel bad, Erica killed Charlie. Like, it's the easiest grift I think I might have ever seen.
Legal. More people are leaving than coming. That's for the first time we finally got that. It's like, yeah, prices are going to go up from that. You know this. Why not be honest with people? If that's the case, and then we're talking about gas. Hang on, I'm almost done.
Prices went up from tariffs.
Okay.
Prices went up from
You want to get
energy.
into tariffs? We can do that in a second, but let's start with the gas prices. All you're doing is pitting Trump against Trump. On the Biden level, at his top, do you know what the gas prices were?
About right where they're at now.
Nope. Way more. They were over $5.50. Yeah, they're $1 cheaper right now at the peak of Trump than they were at the peak of Biden. So you're only comparing Trump's gas prices to Trump's gas prices. Because if you compare them to the Democrat, they were still way higher. I mean, way higher.
But
now,
when did the price go up?
Trump, speculation mostly.
No, when did the price go up?
Oh, I thought you said why did the price go up?
When did the
Well,
price
the price has been going up steadily and decreasing
Since we
steadily.
attacked Iran.
Yes, correct. Due to what? Market speculation. And you can't control
Ex-Samurai 25. I wish I didn't think he was, but he's just not as smart as he thinks he is, especially with the easy grift. Well, the grift is only easy if you're not challenged. We got to be very clear about that. It's an incredibly easy grift as long as you're not doing what Owen's doing. And that's trying to argue it with logic. So again, props to Owen for doing this because not many of these grifters would. Most of them would avoid Andrew, especially somebody like Andrew Wilson, like the plague. And like, I'm assuming people are saying that Owen did a great job and that he absolutely destroyed. As far as I can tell, Owen hasn't really argued a point yet. At least not successfully.
Speculators, and neither can Trump. It's not because we have some supply shortage of oil. Where's our shortage? Nowhere. We're not getting oil from Iran. We don't even have the processors for their oil. That goes to China. So we have no shortage, but our oil prices go up. Why? Because of speculation.
What's up, Jared? He isn't stupid, but the grift puts him in a position where he must defend the indefensible. When asked to present proof, everyone looks like a moron when they try to defend that. 100%. Basically what I just said, except way better, because Jared's way smarter than I am.
And you just completely omit that. Not only do you omit that, but you omit this other part, which is you still haven't explained how it is that we're going to have net negative migration and prices aren't going to go up. They are.
By the way, guys, if you are not subscribed to Continue Freedom, you absolutely should. Head over to Continue Freedom and hit the subscribe button. Jared's awesome. Makes great content.
Hold on a second. Trump is the one that claimed that he could get gas prices down.
He's
He's the one that made that claim.
And
it
he
hasn't
did.
happened.
They're lower than Biden's peak by $1.
No.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't even know if we've seen Trump's peak. If this war in Iran doesn't end,
you can't just say, well, I'm incredulous, they may go up more. They're actually going down. They've been going down steadily.
Gas prices are going down?
Yes, they're going to be going down, yes. And speculators, by the way, are speculating that, which is why they're going to be going down. Interestingly enough, when we're talking about oil prices, though, and gas prices, yes, at Biden's peak, they were $1 more than they are the national average right this second as we're talking. I even made sure this morning before we came in, just to be sure. And yes, that is in fact the case. So it's like you're only comparing Trump to Trump, and even with him blowing the shit out of pedophiles in Iran, like the Ayatollah Khomeini, he still managed to give you $1 cheaper gas than Joe Biden did.
But you just said it wasn't Trump. You just said it was the speculators. Now you're giving credit to Trump. So I don't know what, I'd like a little consistency.
Okay, so wait a second. So you're going to blame it on Trump instead of the speculators, but when I say...
I mean, like... fair game for Owen trying to twist that like that. Fair game.
Even under those circumstances, it's $1 cheaper. That can't be because of Trump.
Let's be clear. No. Here's my metric.
I want the consistency.
No. Here's my metric.
Yeah.
Trump said on his campaign he would get gas prices down.
He did.
He hasn't done it.
Yes, he has.
He's even admitted that we had to take a detour off of America First to do this war. He said it's over. It's not a war.
He
it is
has
a war.
gotten
We've won
the gas
war, but
prices
still,
down.
Gas
What are you
prices have
talking
gone
about?
up since we started the war.
Yes, gas prices went up when we started the war due to market speculation.
So Trump started a
I
war,
agree.
and now gas prices are higher. That's
yeah,
the fact.
but you're only comparing Trump to Trump. And if you're going to compare him to Biden,
I'm comparing,
gas
Trump,
is still cheaper than the Democrats.
this administration to this administration.
Exactly.
Gas prices have gone up since he started this war.
Yes, and if you follow Trump's plan, gas prices are likely going to bottom out because he has control of oil there.
That's a nice
control
hope.
over oil in Venezuela.
That's a nice hope.
He has control over all of it.
Venezuela oil won't be ready for probably months.
But we still have control of it. What did I say? In the future, it'll go down.
We'll see.
Why?
I hope
The
that's the
speculators
case.
say the
I
same
hope that's the
thing.
case. But that's not the case right now. And Americans are struggling financially. And now here we are in another war in the Middle East, and we're sick of it.
Are you going to blame market speculators?
I'm going to blame Trump for getting us into another war on Israel's behalf. Yes, I am going to blame Trump for that. He did that.
So help me out here. Can you tell me all of the downsides of Donald Trump killing pedophiles in the Middle East?
First of all, do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian
Constitution. No. Were the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles?
You want to make sure that they're alive so they can get raped? But that aside, no, of course not. But there's going to be deaths inside of a war.
Okay, so it is a war.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't a war.
Does he need
I'm not going
congressional
to quibble
approval?
over the word. Even though there's no ground invasion, there's no boots on the ground, there's none of that. I just want to know, how is the global interest served? You're so concerned about pedophiles. He killed one of the most major ones who's ever existed since the late 1970s.
Well, he was friends with Epstein.
He put it inside of
bigger,
the Constitution of Iran that you can marry 9-year-old girls, dude. And by the way, Khomeini,
that's good.
Khomeini, hang on, almost done. Khomeini was married to a 15-year-old. Perhaps by the lunar cycle could have been 14. His son was married to a 14 or 15-year-old. A lot of his high command were married to children as well. Trump killed all of them without a single boot on the ground.
Great. And I'm sure after we've killed thousands of Iranians, including young schoolgirls and the entire family, I'm sure that the Iranians are going to be less radicalized because of that. So I'm not
radicalized. What do you mean? How do you get more radicalized than marrying children, dude?
What do you think they're going to stop?
What are you talking about?
You think they're going to stop?
No.
Okay, so don't go to war with Iran and the radical terrorists because you might make them more radical. That's not much of an argument to like there are better arguments for not going to war with Iran than, oh, we're gonna make the crazies crazy. What? Huh?
Well, I'm just saying, how do you get more radical? You're like, oh, the Iranians are going to get more radicalized than marrying kids?
Well,
like,
see,
the United States blowing up the pedophiles is going to really make them mad.
How many countries has Iran been bombing this year?
Well, Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. You agree with that?
And is Israel a state sponsor of terrorism?
I think that Israel's done many terrorist actions.
Is America a state sponsor of terrorism?
I don't think that America generally is a state sponsor of terrorism.
Okay,
no.
well, in the Obama administration, it's very well known we were arming moderate rebels that turned into ISIS and turned into ISIL. So America backs these proxy groups. The CIA backs these proxy groups.
But that was due to Bush doctrine. Most of
and
that
now
was
Trump isn't. Now Trump is Bush.
Trump has where's the forever war?
We're in the Middle East.
Not a single boot on the ground.
We've been in the Middle East the majority of Trump's administration.
Is there a single boot on the ground in Iran?
We have been at a war
Answer
in
the
Iran
question, bro.
since.
Is there a single boot?
Yes.
Okay, where?
That's like
where?
all over the Middle East. We have boots on the ground.
No, in
all
Iran.
Over. We've
in
got
Iran.
boots on the ground.
Where's our
in the
invasionary
strait?
force?
We got people in the strait. We're talking about going to Karg Island.
Oh, we had 7,000 people there, and now there's 10,000 people there. So, where's the big invasionary force to take over Iran?
So okay, fine. I'll tell you what.
Where's that?
If they do go into Iran, what will you say then?
Well, at that point, I'm done.
Okay, fair enough.
It is the case.
Fair enough.
I've drawn the line for myself that if there's a ground invasion in Iran, that would be a continuation.
What about casualties?
Hang on. That would be a continuation of the Bush policies.
What about casualties?
Hang on. Let me finish the point, and I'll get to casualties too. If it's the case that there's a mass ground invasion of Iran, then yeah, I would have to pull support then because that would be a continuation of Bush forever war doctrine. However, limited strikes like what we saw in Venezuela, or 6 to 8 weeks, which is what we're seeing right now, that's not enough to pull my support from this president, especially with all of his success in domestic policy. Even if I grant you, and I'm not a fan of the war, I'm not an advocate of it, but even if I grant it that it's the worst thing he could have possibly done, it's not going to change the fact he's been a successful president. His domestic policies alone in eliminating crime and mass migration and being a net negative, that's what people wanted more than anything. It wasn't just the forever wars, it was the mass migration. That's what Trump always harped on. And he's been after it and after it and after it. And he did deploy the National Guard to protect these various centers in these cities while ICE was removing these people from the nation. Democrats did everything that they could do to stop him, including court cases, terrorism against them, and everything else in between. So it's like all of those show me that the guy is very successful, even if I grant it to you how bad Iran is.
Well, I think that they made a major blunder on the deportations because now they're basically stopping them. They should have gone after the Democrats first. Quite frankly, they should have been arresting Democrats for treason. Alejandro Mayorkas should have been the first arrest. He should have been hauled in front of Congress. And you're a little too late going after the SPLC, in my opinion, which is now being, funny enough, it's actually being directed at the right. They're now using this SPLC thing to claim that anybody that's a dissident on the right is paid for by leftists and needs to be censored. That seems to be the theme with that. But they should have gone after all of these groups right out of the gate, Andrew.
That doesn't surprise me. He brought that up, and I knew that was coming, like that whole SPLC thing. I saw people taking the bait on that, pushing that crazy crap everywhere. Like, okay, look, SPLC may have funded the KKK. Sounds like they might have funded this Charlottesville ordeal, right? Okay, so now we're just going to run with this, and everybody who says things I don't like on this side is probably funded by the SPLC. Candace Owens is funded by Nick Fuentes, Owen Shroyer, Ian Carroll. Like, I saw that coming. I was like, nope, you can miss me with that. I'm not falling into that stupid little Q-tard trap. And I knew it. Like they're gonna use that to be like, look how stupid these people are with these dumb theories that we were funded by the SPLC. That's just gonna. But we're we're doing it back to Candace, what she does to other people. Yeah, I'm not a fan of what Candace has been doing to people like Erica Kirk and TPUSA. I'm not going to do it back to her. That seems counterintuitive. I don't like what they're doing. So because I don't like what they're doing, I should now do those things they're doing to people back to them. No, I think I'll just call out their bullshit and make fun of them. That seems way more like, I don't know, correct to do.
They should have gone after all the Catholic charity groups, all the Jewish charity groups, all these groups all along the Rio Grande, all of these groups on the southern border, all the Democrats that brought them in, all the Biden administration that brought them in. All of them should have been hauled to jail.
Yeah,
and they weren't.
Except they have due process, Owen.
And what process have they started?
So hang on.
They haven't even started the process.
So how do you know the SPLC?
Because there's no results.
Tell me, how long were you aware of the SPLC investigation?
What are the charges? They're all financial crimes.
Hang on, let's walk through this. When were you aware of the SPLC investigation? When they released it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so when they released it. You're not aware of what the Trump Justice Department is investigating or not investigating.
Show me the evidence.
He said multiple.
You're the one who wants to talk about it. There's no evidence of your claim. Lack of evidence, lack of claim.
Hang on. He said multiple times that he wants to bring James Comey up on charges. Right? He said multiple times that he wants to go after these people.
Those charges got dropped.
Instructing his Justice Department to investigate these things, we're finally starting to see the fruit. My evidence is we're finally seeing the fruit. With the SPLC, I'm guaranteeing you that there's going to be other organizations which are indicted for various things like this. This is exactly what it is that you said that you wanted. It's at least a step in the right direction.
They've only been charged for financial crimes. They need to be charged for
treason.
So was Al Capone.
They
need to be charged for treason.
Yeah, Al Capone. Al Capone was not charged for his mob hits or for bootlegging or this, that. He's charged with financial crimes.
You're not comparing Al Capone to 15 million invasion of this country.
If it's the case that you go to jail for 15
Al Capone is more of an American than Mayorkas.
If you go to jail for 15 years for the crime of murder or to jail for 15 years for the crime of for some type of financial fraud, you can prove the one but not the other. Which one would you go after?
I would go for it all. That's what the feds do. That's what they did to me.
No, you wouldn't. If you could prove one but not the other, you would go after the one you could prove.
No. They always overcharge so they can get you a plea and get their incarceration rate and get their conviction rate. I would know. I've been through it before.
Sure.
Regardless, we're talking about almost 2 years into this administration and no deep state arrests. None.
Who do you want to see arrested?
I just told you Mayorkas. There's one. How about the Obama administration?
Yeah,
how about John Brennan? How about James Clapper? How about James Comey?
Tell me what your process would be to arrest them.
Okay. First of all, Dan Bongino, who was the deputy director at the FBI, spent 8 years writing books and doing a podcast all about arresting these people. He gets in there and does none of it.
Yeah, so the same Dan Bongino who talked about what was going on in the Epstein files ad nauseum, how none of it made sense.
And then changed his mind.
Because he went in and saw, here's what's funny. Why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration from the private sector, especially somebody like Dan Bongino, if it's the case that he goes in, looks at the evidence, reviews it, and says, actually, I got this wrong, and you guys fucking crucify him for it. You crucify him for saying, look, I got this wrong. And it's like, why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration if that's going to be the case, Owen?
Imagine that. You give us a little peek into what's going on in the Epstein files, and it makes people even more aware and more suspicious, and then you say there's no there there. If anything, our peek at the Epstein files showed us that there is something serious there. Very serious.
You've never, look, not only have you never provided any evidence for that, but your other problem is you didn't actually answer my question. What incentivization would like, let's say Trump drafted you to go to his administration to investigate these things, and you went in good faith and you did. And you came back and you were like, look, I took a look at all this evidence and I was wrong about this. And then all of your friends and cohorts and everybody else who was cheering you on fucking crucified you for it.
You know what, Andrew? It's funny that you say that because that's literally happening to me right now.
From who?
That's literally happening to me. From this new MAGA right cult.
Who?
I already did this. I already put my time in.
Yeah,
I was arrested.
Crucifying
Hold on a second.
for it?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. For four different times, I was arrested for supporting Trump. Okay. Now
all incorrect, by the way.
Now, you like Trump. I don't like Trump. Now, beyond the point. I already went through that crucible. I already put my face, my name, my neck out there, and it's not even that I necessarily did it for Trump. I did it for the truth because I believed Trump was innocent and I wanted to support him.
But how are you
I've already
being
been through that.
crucified?
I have MAGA people putting me on lists. I have MAGA people doxing me. I have MAGA people sending people to my house. I have Laura Loomer in my box all day telling me she's telling Trump to post negatively about me. Trump posted something about me. He told me to shut the fuck up. So I got arrested 4 times for this guy, spent months in prison for this guy, did everything for this guy, censored, lawsuit, everything, lost all.
He just said he didn't do it for Trump. He just said he did it for the truth. I didn't even do it for Trump. I was doing it for the truth. So, but now you did everything for this guy.
On my social media, kept supporting him. And then what is the one recognition I get from him? Fuck you, shut up. I don't even care. I did it because it's the truth.
And let's be careful when he's wearing a full gold Rolex, right, on his wrist, talking about I did this for Trump. You sure about that, Owen? You sure, buddy?
And now the truth is, this administration has turned against us. MAGA has now been weaponized against us. And Trump is now the very globalist that we were supposed to get out of the White House.
This is ironically hilarious. So the first thing that you claim, you say, hey, look, I was crucified for my support of Donald Trump by Democrats. Do you agree? It's by Democrats.
Well, actually, first it was by Republicans because we were going up against...
It's never Trumpers.
Yeah.
Like you are right now.
No, I'm not a never Trumper. I voted for him 3 times.
What happened is, well, now you're like, oh, he's the worst thing ever.
No, I'm
when
saying
you're talking about,
he's failed this
yeah.
Actually, at second glance, that might not be a Rolex. I don't know what the hell that
Yes,
thing
it
is.
failed. And when you're talking about this, Democrats were the ones who persecuted you. Democrats were the ones who threw you in jail. They were the ones who didn't want to give you a fair trial. Me and my wife, we advocated for the release of J6ers everywhere that we possibly could, yourself included.
And I will give Trump
Okay?
that. That is the biggest victory.
Yeah,
I would never
huge
regret
victory.
voting for Trump because he did that.
Yeah,
Never.
huge victory, okay? But not only that, let's dive into this a little bit deeper. When you're talking about your supposed crucifixion now by the right, Trump hasn't shut down your channels. He hasn't done any of that. Under Biden, that was a sure thing
Well,
to
let's
have
not
happened.
be so sure that's not going to happen soon.
You say gonna, hasn't though. Okay, under Biden it was a
Isn't that the whole point? Is
Under-
none of this stuff has happened under Trump, and you're
Biden-
saying, oh, but it could.
Hang
It's
on,
like,
under
that's the point.
Biden, no, it's not. Under Biden, it would have, for sure. He was working with Facebook and these other groups in order to shut down people who had podcasts. You have a voice right now, that's true. The President of the United States might have told you to shut the fuck up, but he still gave you a platform, tell him to shut his fucking mouth. That's the distinction.
No, Trump did not. That's the First Amendment. That is the First Amendment. It was given to us by the founding
Biden
fathers.
didn't give a fuck about the First Amendment.
And
because
neither
he was
does
working
Trump.
with the tech
And
companies
neither
to
does
shut you
Trump.
down.
Trump
so-
doesn't care either. They'll censor us
Okay.
under Trump. They already
Yeah.
did. He
Where?
did nothing.
Where?
What are you talking? When did I get censored? What year?
No, the Trump administration.
I was censored under Trump 1. I was censored from
Show me
2018
what
to
policy
2022.
of Trump's administration censored you? What?
What did he do for it? What did he do to end the
That's
censorship?
different. you got to make a distinction.
No.
here.
You're the one making
it's the
claims that
case-
Trump did something
Yes,
for me.
he did.
I'm not asking Trump to do anything
did.
for me. I'm saying that
He
we had
instructed his
censorship under
Department
Trump.
of Justice to stop putting pressure on Facebook and these other groups for censorship. He promised he
But
would
that
do
is
that.
happening. That's why
did
he
do
just
it.
that's why he just brokered the deal to give the Ellisons everything so that they can censor the internet in favor of this war and foreign policy that's unpopular.
Where's that happening?
Right now, it just
Where?
happened with TikTok. It just happened with Paramount.
No, TikTok, they talk about the war constantly.
Ellison
I know.
and
I'm on
Oracle-
TikTok arguing with them constantly.
Ellison and Oracle are about to have all these databases. They're going to sell all of
in
our
the
private
future
information.
soon. But you've been wrong about futures before. And by the way,
Oh,
I'm
wait a
talking
second.
about
Hold
right
on.
now.
Okay, hold on a second.
I'm talking about
Hold
right
on a
now.
second. When
I'm holding.
when Doge ended,
Yeah.
and then Musk called the Epstein files a hoax, and then struck Iran, I was called a panickin. I was called a panickin because I knew it meant we were getting into a war with Iran and a regime change war with Iran. I was called a panickin. I was called a panickin because if he did this, the MAGA coalition would be destroyed. And I was called a panickin because I said if he does this, we're going to lose the midterms.
also made
And now
some-
all 3 things of those have happened.
Except
every
you were
single
also wrong
one.
about Venezuela.
What was I wrong about Venezuela?
In Venezuela, you said that there's a good chance there that we're going to be bogged down on a war. as well.
Never said that.
You did too.
No, I
You
did
said
not.
it on your show. Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
You said there's a good shot there. You were in a debate when you said it, in fact, with a caller. It's a good shot there would be bogged down as well.
When did-
so
what are
that's
you
what's
talking
funny
about?
to me. It's like every time I dive in to your view, it's always, well, down the road, he's going to do these bad things. Down the road, he's going to do this. Trump's administration hasn't censored you. Trump's administration didn't jail you. Trump's administration didn't do any of that. You just gave him credit for getting you released. And not only that, when we're talking about the economics of this thing. We diverted into this, which is fine. I think that speech is something that we need to debate about. But when we're talking about the economics, you still haven't actually told us how it is that you, Owen Shroyer, are going to make an offset for net negative migration without prices going up. There's going to be an
Cut taxes.
That's an adjustment period.
You can cut taxes in a year.
Do you think that prices are going to immediately decrease because you cut taxes?
Prices don't have to decrease. You have more money in your wallet. You have more money in your bank account. You're not paying it to the government.
Again, those are adjustment periods that are incremental. It would be so if you cut taxes
Takes 1 year.
immediately.
Takes 1
right?
year.
And by the way, Trump doesn't unilaterally have the power to do that. He doesn't unilaterally have the power to just cut taxes. That has to go through Congress. And so this idea that you have, one thing he did do, and he did do well, unilaterally with his executive orders, was with migration. And he did get us to the point where we're at a net negative of migration. Who would ever have given us that? Who out of anybody in the field would ever have given us net negative migration?
If Trump has a positive, it's definitely on the migration issue, but it's not perfect. He's still giving Chinese students, he's still letting Chinese students into these universities to save their ass. He's still letting the H-1B.
50% decrease of the H-1Bs, but the Cato Institute recently said, in fact, cut down 136,000, 50% of the H-1Bs eliminated under Trump's policy. So yeah, it's true. Chinese immigrants can still come in and study under H-1B visas. 50% less of them. That's correct.
So don't you think that there should be an adjustment period, just like you said with taxes? Shouldn't there be an adjustment period for hiring Americans? Because what happened was the farmers, agriculture, all these big businesses said, Trump, we have to have this cheap migrant labor.
That's correct, yes.
And so he caved and he let the donors get what they want. That's what Trump does.
That's what's
this
funny.
is a donor class administration.
In this case, not only did he not cave, but the opposite happened.
What are you talking about? He's doing mass deportation still?
No. He gave subsidies. And yes, there has, not only has there been big time deportations, but it's border crossings. It's just new ones even coming in versus self-deporting is an amazing feature at a net negative. Same with immigration internationally, which means legal immigration. So yeah, he did deal with them with subsidies. That was designed to keep the prices down. But again, if we follow your policy, which would be mine, you want them all out, right? I want all the Mexicans who are working illegally out of here.
I would say you can't, there's too many, but I would say you have to do at least the 15 that came in under Biden.
Well, you want to get rid of, I want them all gone. I want all the illegal immigrants gone, don't you?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, great. So if we get all the illegal immigrants out of California.
But Trump's not doing that.
Hang on. If we get all the illegal immigrants out of California tomorrow, right? What happens to the price of produce? Does it go up or down?
Well, we need an adjustment time, Andrew.
Hey, that's my whole point. We would need an adjustment time.
So we both agree that mass deportations is a failure of the administration.
What you're dealing with right now is an adjustment time due to the. How is net negative migration a failure?
We're not getting mass deportations. That's
you
what we're
don't
talking
have
about.
to massively deport people who aren't coming in, dude. You don't have to.
They're already here.
Yes, and by the way, he's going after the criminal elements of those people first, which he's been doing. There's a net negative of them crossing into the border. If you had said day one with any Republican administration, we'd have only 1,000 border crossings a day versus 46,000 border crossings a day, you'd say it's the biggest fucking success anybody had ever seen.
How about this?
Somehow with Trump, though, Trump gets exactly that done day one, and Owen goes, well, what have you done for me lately?
What is the number? What is the number that you would be happy with of deportations for Trump's 4 years?
Overall number?
Yeah.
Probably I would want to see like happy with, you said, versus what would be optimal that I'd want to see.
Let's put a reasonable but good expectation number.
I mean, I would be happy if it was the case that we had no new immigrants coming in. I think that's a massive success.
We agree that Trump has had a success. Let me answer my own question, then you can respond. Yeah. I think if Trump doesn't deport at least 15 million people, which seems like an impossibility, but they came here, we can get them out. There's strategies to do it. Yeah. I think 15 million. If it's less than that, I think we got a problem.
Well, the entirety of the basis for the 15 million number, you would agree with me, there's way more than 15 million illegal immigrants.
Probably like 40. Maybe.
Or 50.
Yeah.
It's very high.
Yeah.
So if it is the case that it's very high that we have this amount of illegals that are here, that's going to take a long time. And Trump has Trump has been hampered. He was moving towards this. He's been hampered in the courts, again, 3 times the amount of injunctions any other president when it comes to illegal immigration. And he's trying to unilaterally do this because Congress isn't working with him. He's hamstrung at every level. He's using executive orders to push that through. And it's been wildly successful. Wildly successful with the tools that he has. You have to say that that's successful. A net negative migration.
I've said that that's the one success, but I just
that's
don't
the
think,
big success.
I just don't think that it's going to be where it needs to be. I think that he's caved on the mass deportations, and at the end of the day, as much as both of us would like to see every single illegal immigrant deported, I think that the bigger issue.
But if they are, the prices are going to go up, right?
I think that you can negate that by not getting him into another war in the Middle East.
The war in the Middle East, are you kidding me? You think that that's the budget buster in comparison?
Absolutely.
in
He's
comparison
asking for
to entitlements?
$1.5 trillion in the next defense budget.
Nothing.
We pay $1 trillion in interest on our debt.
Do you know what our entitlements are in comparison
Cut
to
'em all.
military spending?
Cut 'em
But that's
all.
my whole point. When we're talking about entitlements, the number one spending, not military. That's one.
I think
the second,
I think interest is about to take entitlements.
well, maybe, but the number one spending right now is entitlements is 3 times higher than military spending. 3 times higher. Most of those entitlements are coming in because of illegal immigration and mass migration. You know this. I've heard you say it yourself.
I have a zero tolerance for any welfare.
Yeah, I've
I'm
heard you
zero
say it
tolerance.
yourself. So if that's the case, you're not going to be able to do this without a transitory period where prices go up.
It's been a
when
year.
you see all
It's
of
been
these
over
jobs,
a year.
first of all, real wage growth have gone up 1.3% because the jobs are finally going to
The
Americans.
economy's bad. You can throw numbers every day. The economy is bad. More Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
Are real
More
wages
Americans
up or
are in
down?
debt. Down.
Okay, so how far down are they?
They're as down as they've ever been.
They're as down as they've ever been, ladies and gentlemen.
Anybody can cook these numbers. We just saw the
These
Biden
wages are
administration.
as down as they've ever been. No, the wages are up.
Are you going to tell?
real
Are you going to
wages.
tell Americans that they're doing good financially?
I didn't
today?
say there's not room for improvement. We're talking about whether or not Trump is successful. I think that Americans would be doing worse if real wages were at a net negative like they were under Biden.
This is
yes,
where we-
and that real wages have gone up 1.3%. It's a major thing.
And
We're
cost
at
of living
the-
has gone up 2.3%.
And guess what? That'll go down when you get rid of mass migration
We're at the
and immigrants.
The conclusion of the open dialogue. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was a riveting open discussion.
I think we take questions.
Yeah, I know. Focus point.
That
By the way, that's
was-
how a gentleman debates. So
that
Okay, so I don't know. I'm not really sure where Owen really scored any points, to be honest with you.
Are you looking for something truly worth your time this summer? DebateCon 8 is bringing 2 full days of high-level, no-holds
If anything, I was just slightly convinced a little bit more that Trump is doing a decent job.
barred debates to Dallas, featuring 8 total matchups with some of the sharpest minds online. Headlining the event, Andrew Wilson versus Dinesh D'Souza and Rachel Wilson versus Not So Erudite. This isn't watered down panel talk. This is real debate, real disagreement, and real intellectual firepower. Check out the link in the description box below to grab your tickets for DebateCon 8 right now. With that,
pay the bills, guys. Come on, support the sponsors. Come on now.
with that, thank you very much, folks. We are going to start the Q&A. If you can come down this aisle, this is where we will have your questions.
This is rigged. This is rigged right here.
100%.
How does she get first question?
100% it's
Said
real.
Rachel.
Check the ID.
And
in the
folks,
front row.
I have to remind you,
We're the borders of this place.
for the Q&A, it's absolutely essential. We want to press you to get to your question as fast as possible, and no double questions. No, I've got to.
Hey,
With
we'll try to
that,
move
I'm
swiftly
also
so
even
that-
going to hold the microphone just to be sure. With that, thank you very much, Rachel.
Okay, so since this is going to be disingenuously framed as Andrew loves Epstein now, I just want to say many of you were very happy about a lot of Owen's points on Epstein, and I am too. And Andrew did make clear we don't think he's good. We don't think pedophilia is good. Given that, since there are 30 to 40,000 girls 15 and under each year getting married in Iran, and there are 2.3 million girls and women living in Iran right now who were married before they turned 15. And this was not the case before this regime took over. There were 18 and up marriage laws prior to 1979. If we can get rid of this regime and the regime change eliminates this child marriage in the millions, would that be worth it to you, all of you who are upset about the Epstein files? Would that be something that you would support?
Well, I'd have to know what the worth it payoff is. No, I'm inclined to say no too. I'm inclined to say no too because Iran is not my country. We've been in the Middle East for decades, for my entire life.
So we only care about pedophilia when it's here. We don't care about 2.3 million children being married off to old men in Iran.
I care about fixing my country first.
But we care about people being unalived in other countries, though, right? Remember the Palestinians, that whole thing? We care about those people. That's not here. That's not our country. So why don't we care about PDF files over in Iran? Well, it's not my country. They're not consistent on anything at all. Oh, no. I don't care about Iran. That's not my problem. That's not my country. I care about the United States. They can go ahead and PDF file all the kids they want. Not my problem. Stop the genocide. Like, come on, guys. Just at least be consistent.
And I feel that our presence in the Middle East has not resulted in anything positive.
So then at least be honest that it's not about pedophilia.
It's not.
You do not care about pedophilia whatsoever. You're just ass mad. That's bullshit.
Well, if you want to change Iran, I'm sure that they'll take you over there. You can go over there and fight the regime change war of the administration if you care so much about it.
No, the point.
Yeah, I mean, if you care so much about Gaza and everything, why don't you go over there and hook up with the Palestinians, Owen? Come on. These people suck.
The point is.
No, I didn't. No.
The point is consistency. If the entirety of the consistency is, if Trump isn't actively going after pedophiles, he's supporting pedophiles.
Has that ever been a statement about this war? He's never mentioned that Iran.
Hang on, let me make the point. If that is the case, well, why does he need to mention a thing that's known? But anyway, if it is the case that it's not consistent, hey, man, if Trump isn't actively going after what I think is a U.S. pedophile ring that I can't even prove exists, then he's supporting pedophiles. But over in Iran, where you literally see him blowing them up, where's the consistency there, man?
He blew up 200 school children. Nobody has mentioned fighting pedophilia as part of this war. It's a regime change war for Israel to get control of the Middle East. That's what this is all about. And so, no, I don't support that.
Are the Iranians? Is it
Iranian?
What is their argument why that's a bad thing? Let's just say they're correct, and this is all about regime change war, so Israel can take over control of the Middle East. I'm not really sure how they would be able to do that still, even if they get regime change in Iran. But why is that bad? Do they say why that's a bad thing?
It's bad. Iranians bad.
Is it institutional to the? Is it institutional? Is it institutional to the Iranians under Sharia law that they're allowed to marry kids or not?
When every American has a backyard,
I'll tell you what. Answer the question.
Barbecue pit and a pool, then we can go police the world.
Can you answer the question? Is it the case that institutionally Sharia allows you to marry children or not?
I'm not interested in Sharia. I don't want it in my country.
Can you answer my question? Can you answer the question, Owen?
Yes, Sharia is bad. I don't like Sharia. I condemn Korea.
So then the idea that she has is in fact the case. She's talking about consistency. If Trump is covering for pedophiles by not arresting who you think are pedophiles with no evidence, then you're supporting pedophiles by not letting him kill them in Iran.
It's different. It's my country versus Iran. Okay, I live in America. I want to fix America. If you want to fix Iran, go to the Middle East. Nobody's stopping you.
It's not about fixing Iran. It's about the consistency of your logical position, which is not
so
logical.
It's not about fixing Iran, but that's the entire basis of your statement.
It's not a logical position to say, oh, I'll oppose it in this one hand, and if Trump doesn't do that, he's supporting it. But on the other hand, if I take us away from killing them in Iran, that's not him supporting pedophilia. It's bizarre.
You want to go one more time?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. You got it.
Hey, how you doing? So wouldn't being successful on at least your primary promise of a thing be considered success?
No.
No. Okay.
If I hit one home run in a 10-inning game and we lose, that's not a success.
So, is it the case, though, that Trump has been hugely successful when it comes to mass migration? He has been successful in that arena, and that was one of his #1 promises.
Yeah, I said yes. I said that's been a success.
Yes.
That's one of, like, if there's 10 issues,
But that's all negated by a 7-week war.
It's a separate issue, and he's failed.
All right. First, Andrew Wilson. I first learned about the Orthodox Church from you, and my family and I were just baptized into the church this past Christmas. Christ is risen. second, Owen, you've made a lot of comments about prosecutions and reducing taxes, all while neglecting the fact that these require two other branches of government working with Trump. The judiciary branch has consistently blocked him and almost every single move he's made, and it's had to go to the Supreme Court I don't know how many times. Meanwhile, Congress, no thanks to Republicans in Congress, by the way, have dragged their feet on almost every single issue. So why are you putting all the responsibility on Trump when we've got two other branches of government?
Well, Trump appointed the Attorney General, and she failed him. So he did that. He appointed that. So I don't know.
It's not the judiciary, dude.
So I don't know what.
He's asking about the judiciary of radical judges, which have blocked Trump every chance they get. It was so bad, in fact, that the Supreme Court finally had to step in and say, look, sorry, California, you can't set immigration policy for the rest of the country.
Do you believe these judges are corrupt?
Many of them, yes.
So then why don't we do something about corruption?
Because in this case, corruption is a matter of spectrum between political ideology. The Democrats believe that they're doing something which is well within the purview of federal judges to do. And it was within their purview to do until that was recently constitutionally lifted by the Supreme Court, who said federal judges in California can't anymore say, hey, Texas, this is going to be the new standard for immigration law. They were blocking Texas immigration law in radical courts in California, dude. He's been hamstrung at every level by the judiciary. 100% that's true. The Supreme Court, which he appointed, he's had massive victories there.
Well, not according to him recently. But I just find it amazing that the Biden administration can make thousands of prosecutions and arrests within months, but this administration can't do anything about Epstein clients or about the deep state.
Thousands of arrests of who?
Myself and January 6th defendants.
Yeah, so they were able to utilize the power of the media to paint all of you guys as being violent extremist insurrectionists in order to get the public on their side. In this particular case, not only Democrats, but on your side, people have weaponized the media instead to paint Trump out as though he's part of some pedophilic satanic elite, thus getting the one thing he always had in his teeth was the media. And you guys have done everything you can to take that away through this obfuscation of Epstein and the Epstein files. When we have way bigger fish to fry in domestic policy for sure, and you still don't even have any evidence of any of those claims, which is wild.
This is for Owen. So if Trump could only do one thing that would make you change your mind, would you rather him act more on the E-files or where we're currently at with Iran? Which one is a bigger issue for you?
I would say probably bring the troops home, generally speaking. Bring them all home. And I think you win the midterms if you do that. I think you save face with everything. If you come out tomorrow and you say we're done in the Middle East and we're bringing all of our troops home, I think you sweep the midterms.
This is mainly for both of y'all. I just want to ask.
I don't think so. I think he's way off with that. I think if Trump comes out tomorrow and says we're done in the Middle East, we're bringing everybody home, they're just going to ridicule him. They're going to say, what was all that for? All that for nothing. You didn't accomplish anything. Bad Trump. Bad Trump. What a dummy. Stupid decision. Bad Trump. It doesn't matter. It's not going to make a difference what Trump does right now with Iran. Makes no difference. Maybe Owen will come out and say, thank you, good job. But what, a few hours later, and he'll just be bashing Trump on some other issue. It'll just be the next thing up. If not just saying that was, stupid and we shouldn't have done that. And all that was for nothing. All these casualties that we had, it was all for nothing. The money that we just spent, all pissed down the drain. Nothing got accomplished. There's no way he believes what he just said there. No shot.
Ask how can we get our economy to rebound after the negative effects of the tariffs, especially on American manufacturing workers. I myself actually work at a industrial plant that produces grinding wheels for brakes. In our business, we had to increase prices a lot because costs of raw materials went up a lot because it was harder to import them because all the chromium and manganese comes from China.
Sure.
So I'm wondering, what is y'all's stance on how we could get the economy back and get the prices back down?
Well, I was a big fan and still am of tariffs. What the tariffs were used for, people get it wrong all the time. They think that it was just willy-nilly. It wasn't. What happens is if you have the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, so this means that these are tax-free imports and exports. So if Canada imports a bunch of stuff from China, who we have a 25% tariff on, and then just labels it Canada, don't they avoid any of our tariffs, the Chinese? Yes. So what that is it's closing back doors. by putting tariffs on westernized nations. And there's no possible way, by the way, for you to raise revenue in the United States. You only have two ways to do it: taxes or tariffs. So Harris's idea was that she was going to get rid of the corporate tax breaks, and that was going to drastically increase prices because it has to. Trump's idea was that he was going to fight a tariff war with potential future enemies and people who are adversaries with us on the global stage now. You'd pick your poison. Which one would you want to see?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I think Andrew and I would probably agree with most these issues. I'm a little concerned about that you talk about your company specifically is so reliant on China. You know, this is something, whether it's Trump or the next president or Biden, all of our presidents have been put into a deep ditch because our Congress has sold us out to mostly West Asia, China. That's why everything is made over there. So now we're basically reliant. These minerals you're talking about, rare earth minerals, we're basically reliant. Pharmaceuticals, we're extremely reliant. And that's because Congress for the last 20, 30 years has completely sold us out.
Through bribes and kickbacks, by the way.
And so we're screwed on that deal. I would say I support tariffs too. I would agree with Andrew that I support tariffs. The problem that the president has, and he did get screwed, I think, by the Supreme Court on this deal.
He did.
But the problem that you have is we have so many corporate taxes, we have so many regulations. It's like you're already so deep in the hole. You talk about your company. What I'd like for President Trump to do, since the tariffs look like they're not going to work now, I'd like to see him get corporate tax rates as low as possible. I'd like to see him. Remember when he came in the first administration, he had that big display and he cut the red tape and it was getting rid of all this regulation. I think that's the best plan right now. I think we just have to get rid of as much regulation as possible, get rid of the corporate tax rates as much as possible. And that is one that you can mostly blame on the Democrats, but the Republicans went along for the ride.
Well, Trump extended his tax cuts and is going to continue to the extension of tax cuts. Not only that, he does want to get them lower. When he's talking about regulation, especially as we dive into this, you have to remember a couple things. The first thing is that he did get screwed on the tariffs, okay? The best thing on planet Earth would have been for him to continue to raise revenue through tariffs. That way you can lower taxes. But how are you going to raise revenue, man? How are you going to raise revenue without tax increases or tariffs? You can't do it.
Can I make a suggestion, actually? What I'd like to see is I'd like a policy that if you're going to come here and work, whatever money you're going to send overseas, we're going to tax that at least 50%.
Yeah, remittances.
Honestly, I'd tax it at 80%.
But remittances will do hardly anything. That's the problem.
But
even if you tax those
but
remittances.
it might not change much financially, Andrew, but people will stop doing it. They'll either stop coming here or they're going to stop sending the money home because we're just going to keep it.
People would still work in the United States. Illegal immigrants would still come in here even if you had a 10% tax on remittances because it's still way more money than they're going to be making.
Then I'd go
in all
80%.
nations. Yeah, but you're never going to get 80% through. And that's not the thing Trump can unilaterally do. Again, you'd have to have both houses. In this case, at least Congress would have to act on that. So I love the idea of remittances.
We had Congress for a minute. We had Congress for a minute, and now...
Yeah.
But could you say that just the money being made due to the large amounts of goods we have to import from China, could that also boost it? Because China, they are far too big of an industrial power for us to just cut off. They produce half the world's steel. Yeah. They have 4 times our population.
We had Congress for a minute, but now if these people were using the same talking points and the same facts that Andrew Wilson just laid out in this entire debate, and they were just regurgitating that shit every day over and over again on their podcasts, probably be looking a little different for the midterms, as opposed to Trump's a PDF file protector. Trump's a PDF file protector. So he's just going to put it all on Trump. It's got nothing to do with these guys and the constant barrage of bullshit that they're putting on social media day after day after day. But let's be real, guys. That doesn't pay as well. It doesn't get all the clicks and the views.
And their industry has been expanding rapidly for around 70 years.
That's what the tariff war was for.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The tariff war was designed to weaken the Chinese economy as much as possible. And Democrats and some of the never-Trumpers and some of the Republicans who don't like Trump really went after him for tariffs because they made the same argument. Well, good prices are going to increase. Yes, of course they are. But what's the alternative? If you have Kamala Harris comes in and she takes out the corporate tax, right? The corporate tax decrease, your prices of your goods still increase, except now you're not weakening your global adversary. So it's like, which poison you want to pick?
I would say too, if there's one thing, if you're gonna look an American in the eye and say, hey, we have a transitory period, you know, they say this thing, short-term pain for long-term gain. That's probably the only one where I would look them.
CJ coming in with the 10 gifted. Appreciate it, CJ. Good to see you. Everybody, W's in the chat for CJ. Any new members?
Straight in the eye and say,
W's
I'm
in the
square
chat.
with you. If you need to do these tariffs to try to rebalance the global market, and that hurts us for maybe a year, and we can start producing steel, we can start bringing some manufacturing back, bringing Main Street back, that would be something that I would say, okay, Americans would believe in that cause, but the whole thing's been turned over by the Supreme Court now. So,
CJ, did you watch this debate? Are you a debate guy? Do you watch debates? Is that your thing? If you did, what's your take? I saw some people online like saying Owen did a really good job. I don't know that Owen, I wouldn't say that Owen did a terrible job. He just, like the points he was arguing, it's hard to argue when you don't have any evidence to back up any of the claims. That's really difficult. I honestly was coming into this half expecting Andrew Wilson to struggle a little bit, just because with everything that's going on social media, like it's difficult right now it's not popular at all to defend Trump. Man, Andrew killed it.
Hey guys, thank you for introducing me into orthodoxy.
You're welcome.
How
many people have I introduced
preacher
to
up here. Yeah.
orthodoxy?
Bring out the holy water. Come on.
A question for both of y'all. You know, I'm noticing a lot with foreign policy, especially in the last 50 years. You know, I see myself asking this question: what kind of America do we want to be? Do we want to stay to our imperialistic roots, which is based from like the Spanish-American War? You know, our acquiring of Philippines, Guam, Grenada. Do we still want to be that imperialistic power in the world, which I'm totally down for?
I don't consider it an imperial power, but a hegemonic power. Yeah. And I think that that's the proper context. Americans are not imperialist and never have been. We don't have an empire, a traditional empire like what you'd see with the British Empire, things like this. We're a hegemon. And the United States will brook nobody messing with.
Oh, obscure moderator, are you shocked that Andrew killed it? No, I don't know that I'm shocked at how well he killed it. I think that's the best way that I can put it. I was, like I said, I just feel like it's incredibly difficult right now to debate in favor of Donald Trump. Not that Trump is bad or not that I think he's bad or whatever. It's just that there's, you know, if you go on social media, right, and there's so much bad against Trump right now that to come out and really do as well as he did is, I don't know if that speaks to Andrew or if that speaks more to Owen, like the not coming prepared at all or not having very good arguments ready to go. I feel like with the amount of bad stuff that we see every day on social media, that Owen would have had some better arguments. So I'm not sure who that speaks, like if it speaks better of Andrew or if it speaks worse of Owen in this context.
Their hegemon status. And when you guys think about it, I know how that sounds. You go, wait a second, I don't care for a hegemon. Yes, you do. Oh, yeah, you do. You care a great deal if you're a hegemon. You just don't know that you care a great deal if you're a hegemon. But let me just ask it to you this way. If it was the case that you could pick between two lives, the one life is there's a guy who lives up on a hill who has everything and can kick the holy shit out of you, and you could be that guy, or the guy he kicks the shit out of. Which way you rolling, man? Tell me. You want to be the guy on the hill. So
I think I agree directionally, but I feel like Americans are the ones getting their ass kicked right now. You know, that's the problem. I feel like Americans.
By who?
What?
By who?
By our own government.
Oh, well, okay. Hang on. Yes, inside of a hegemonic.
I do want to just speed up the Q&A just slightly.
Yeah, very quickly. I'll just say I agree with that. Yes, of course, especially from Democrats and progressives. They beat the holy shit out of the private sector in the worst way possible. I guess what I'm saying is directionally to answer your question. When you're talking about empire, we're a hegemon, not an empire.
I've got to go next one. Thank you very much.
Hey, firstly, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Owen. My question is around immigration and the demographic shift. So my question is, with the U.S. turning into a country with a non-white majority, the concern is that the significant demographic shift will change the country fundamentally, and America will cease to be America. And this is echoed in the dissident right-wing spheres. I want to quote Ben Shapiro here. He said in 2016, if I'm not incorrect, he said, "I don't give a damn about the so-called browning of America. Color doesn't matter, ideology does." And this has caused massive infighting in the right wing. And my question is, do you associate with the mainstream conservative view that Ben Shapiro and MAGA...
I will be right back, guys. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Or the more dissident and alt-right.
Well, I don't think MAGA
broker...
spouts that. I think Ben Shapiro does, but I don't think MAGA in general spouts that. So I would answer it this way. Let's just agree with Ben Shapiro for the sake of argument here. That yes, under cultural nationalism, we'd want people who have the similar values to the United States. Those do just so happen to be most of the white nations. I'm just pointing that out. That if you wanted to import people who had the most amount of your values, that does seem to be from the nations which are mostly white. So I would even grant Shapiro's argument because, I mean, how would that actually hurt the MAGA base to grant the argument?
Well, I don't think we are taking Ben Shapiro's statements at face value at this with this quote here. I think he means something a little bit different than we're perceiving. But nonetheless, let me give you an example of something I experienced that might put this kind of into a picture for you. When I was charged by the federal government and I was going through the process of defense, I dealt with a Chinese prosecutor. I dealt with, I think it was from Azerbaijan, I forget which country, a country in the Middle East who was a magistrate judge. And then there was another prosecutor, I forget where it was. The point is, 3 foreigners that were now American were involved in my case. I had a free speech case. They even cite my speech as the reason for putting me in jail. Now, I don't know if it's the perfect example, but I look at that and I say, here's 3 people who weren't born in the country, who don't have that ingrained love of free speech. It's not in their heart. It's not in their soul. It's something they might have been taught. It's something they might have learned as like a textbook concept, but they don't understand the soul of it. They don't understand the spirit of it. And so that's where I think it starts to come into play. There's an American spirit, there's an American soul. You have to have it. You can learn it through a textbook, But when you come from a foreign country that doesn't, live and die by these ideas and practices, it's a little bit different when the rubber meets the road. So I do think it matters. It might not matter what your skin color is, but it matters that if you come from a country that doesn't value free speech, you really can't even comprehend what that means to Americans.
But even
I
if
don't
it
think
did,
you can.
let's just say, for the sake of argument, very quickly, that it did, that everybody in the United States said, you know what? We just don't want mass migration from only brown countries. Let's just say that they did. So fucking what?
So what?
We have the control to do that if we want to do that. Nobody bitches if Japan does that. Nobody cares. They don't give a shit. Right. Not a bit. So the thing is that if it's the case that you really want a democracy, you really want a republic, you really want the will of the people, well, mass migration in all Western nations is resisted by all people in Western nations. Isn't that amazing? They all hate it. Every one of them. In the UK, they mass voted against it. They hate it in Australia. They hate it in Western Europe. They loathe it in Eastern Europe. It's unpopular everywhere it's tried.
Next question. Just get as many people in as possible. Ready for you.
All right. So this Congress so far has only passed 83 bills, which is on track at this point to be the lowest of the modern history. So I want this from both of you, which is, what is your opinion on the current Republican Party, which Trump heads, and how they've misspent their trifecta in government and what it means for the political future of the party?
Yeah, so I would agree with Owen. So here's maybe an olive branch. Republicans aren't doing a great job. And it would be nice to see many of them in Republican primaries get primaried out by better candidates. I would agree with that 100%. I just think that you're going to need Trump's support to do that. 100% you're going to need his support to do it. So, I do think that ultimately we miss the forest through the trees, and what happens is we go, well, wait a second, if we just accelerate and we wait until things get really bad, then somehow base candidates are going to come out of the woodwork and there's going to be new messiahs. That's not what happens. What happens is you live in 6 years of misery, and then you rush to the other party to offset the damage done. And all you do the entire time your party comes in is undo everything the other one did.
I'll give you a chance to respond to one if you want, but then we got to move to the next
I'll
question.
be quick. Yeah, speaking of Trump.
I mean, he nailed it. He nailed it. That's mic drop. Like, if that were the debate, that's over right there. I see people posting this shit online all the time. We got to teach the GOP a lesson. What are you talking about? So you're going to teach the GOP a lesson by voting them out, or just not voting and allowing Democrats to take their place and gain control of the House and maybe even the Senate. What does that do? The GOP, they're not going to give a shit. That makes no sense. That just hurts the people. That's it. Doesn't hurt the GOP. Why? Because some guys might lose an election here and there. They lose elections all the time. Happens all the time. Did the GOP learn the lesson back in 2020 when Biden won the you know what I mean? Biden got the White House, and then the House and Senate went completely blue. Did they learn it wouldn't appear that they learned their lesson then, would it? All of a sudden, we've got all these neocons back in office. Like, oh, I guess they really learned their lesson back from 2020. We got to teach them a lesson. It's so stupid. It does nothing. Absolutely nothing. Only hurts us. Doesn't help anything.
Trump endorsements. I wish he wouldn't endorse people like Lindsey Graham right here in South Carolina. And, I've been given the thought process behind it. I don't like it. I think Mark Lynch would be a much better senator, and Trump used to campaign against Lindsey Graham. But I will say this in response to the Congress issue with Republicans. I don't think this GOP, I don't think this Republican Party actually likes Trump. I think they're faking it. I think they're pretending it right now.
Of course.
And I think when the time comes, they will all turn on Trump. And I'm afraid it's going to be after the midterms when the Democrats
kind of like all of you who are turning on Trump. Cool story, bro. Good one, Owen. Gee, you think there's people in the party right now that don't like Trump and are just pretending are grifting so they can get certain things they want? No, say it isn't so. Kind of like how people like Owen Shroyer, who were hoorah Trump, are all of a sudden now not hoorah Trump because it pays better to not be hoorah Trump.
If they do, I think a lot of Republicans are going to turn on Trump in that case. And
Oh,
we'll see what the Republican Party was really
100%.
about.
But if we assure by continuously attacking Trump that, especially by labeling him as a pedophilic protector, which, by the way, he was almost assassinated for the other night, right? You read the manifesto? He was almost assassinated because they were like, wow, you're protecting pedophiles. You assure Democrats coming in, which will hamstring Trump, and they will impeach him. I 100% guarantee you that if Democrats get in office, they will impeach Donald Trump. And accelerationists on the right want that. But for why? Why? What's the point? That's not going to do any good. It's not like Democrats are going to come in and be like, well, we're not Zionists no more. Yeah, right. They'll just make everything worse.
Policy did that, not podcasters.
Yeah, nah.
Huge fans of you both. Just want to say, I've spent a lot of time talking about the Epstein files. I just had
Policy did that, not podcasters. Bullshit. Bullshit. Because you could be talking about the good things Trump has done. You can say things are bad. You can point out and criticize things that you don't like, and then also talk about the things that you do like, or the things that he's doing that are good, that the left would never do, that they would do the exact opposite of. You can do all of that in your fucking 2-hour long shows, but you don't, because you know damn well the second you did, people would switch to the next channel. They would go to the next podcaster who's saying all the bad things about Trump. So full of shit. I hate these people.
a quick question about both of you, your opinion on Donald Trump hand appointing Ronald Lauder's son-in-law, Kevin Wirtz, to the National Treasury earlier this year. Who, if you know anything about the Epstein files, he was the second biggest donor besides Les Wessner to Jeffrey Epstein.
It's just the facts. Whether Trump was involved in anything illegal or not, I'm not convinced that he has been, but it's just a fact. Trump was in the Epstein circles. He hung around with all these people. I don't think you can deny that.
So the dude isn't convinced that Trump, Owen honestly doesn't think Trump did anything. Okay. That was a very small, rare moment of Owen being honest throughout this entire thing. Like there's been a few little, I don't even know what you would call them, moments where he exposes his honesty and what he truly thinks. And you just saw it there. And he immediately went right back into the grift. I don't think Trump actually did anything, but his name's in the file so many times. I don't know how much more obvious these people can make it. Like all you have to do is just listen to him for 2 seconds and watch. He comes out and he says the honest thing out loud and immediately follows it back up with the grift. I don't think Trump did anything. I really don't think he's a PDF file, but he's in there. He's hung out with these people. Keep it going.
Hello, you two. First of all, thank you guys so much for being here. I have a question for both of you. I'm a little concerned about this sort of division sort of on the right. So, Owen, could you?
No, where is it? Audrey, these people only care about proving their conspiracies. No, they only care about perpetuating the conspiracy because of the amount of money. If nobody were watching, they would stop immediately. If they didn't have an audience for this, it would not be a thing. It's because they only care about perpetuating it, keeping it going. I'm telling you, this is one of the best grifts I've ever seen. There are so many people that nobody knew who they were, are incredibly popular right now, and are making crazy amounts of money off of this grift. It's so easy to do. One of the easiest ones there is. I talked about this earlier on in the video. And this is what happens when somebody, like I'll give Owen props, has the balls to come out and try to argue their stance on, and this is just a small portion of the grift that's been going on. But this is what happens when somebody has the balls to come out and try to argue their points against anybody who uses logic. They look like they're full of shit. We saw this with the Andrew Wilson and Zach Costello debate. They have nothing. They only are interested in perpetuating it and keeping it going because it's paying so well right now. Because there's so many people who are just upset. And I don't blame people for being upset with politics, but it's like these people have never paid attention to politics before. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh, a politician and they ran on something and they're not doing what they said they were going to do. Like this is new. Yeah, guess what? It doesn't even matter how bad a politician or president, whoever, wants to do something. They might want to actually change something. It's very different when they actually get in and try to do the thing. Sometimes the shit just doesn't happen. There are competing interests, period. There's all kinds of people that have many different interests involved there on whether or not you're going to be able to get something you want done. And then there's negotiations. Maybe sometimes you have to sacrifice this one thing you wanted to get done in order to get this other thing done, or you have to give a little to get a little. It's the way our system works. Like, oh my God, a politician said he was going to do things and didn't do it. Like, what are you, new?
Provide me your strongest point of praise for Trump, and Andrew, your strongest point of criticism, please.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Again, I will never regret voting for Trump because he freed a lot of my friends that would have spent much of the rest of their lives in a federal prison. So for that, I will never regret voting for Trump. Whether or not I think it's propaganda driven, he has restored a certain level of patriotism, I think, to this country that is always good. Whether or not it comes from a base of truth or not, he is constantly trying to induce patriotism, so I think that that's good. He's obviously secured the border. On these three things, I would say that Trump has done a great job.
So it would seem like this was a relatively pro-Trump audience. Is Owen just grifting here to kind of save face a little bit in front of this audience? But there was a lot of people clapping about points that he made about like the Epstein. Is he being honest here or is he not being honest here? I think he's being honest. I think this is like a rare occasion lately with Owen Shroyer where he's being honest. Holy crap, he said so. Yeah, God forbid you say anything good about Trump. Maybe just implement that a little bit more into your shows. But can't do that.
Yeah, Trump's done a great job. So to answer your question directly, he's way too pro-woman.
That's true. I will say, I call it the bimbofication of the administration.
Yeah. It's really bad. Bondi is a bimbo, 100%. The faith, his office of faith lunatic that he has in there, she's a problem, right? The fact that they bend over backwards for the females in the administration.
Hey, this was supposed to be positive. At least say they're good looking or something.
No, I'm supposed to take
we have to
the
jump
worst.
forward.
Oh, you were taking the worst.
I'm taking the worst. What's the worst thing Trump's done? His pro-woman's the worst.
I'm just going to go. I blame a lot of these crazy expectations on Trump. I blame a lot of this on the Q-tards too, by the way. Just going to put that out there. Blame a lot of that on the Q-tards. Oh, the white hats are in charge. The Patriots are taking over. Like Trump, you just look at Trump's first term. Like he's always been a Zionist, right? He's always supported Israel. That was nothing new. Trump has, he appointed really bad people in cabinet positions in his first term. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, he's playing 5D chess and all this. And like, no, no, Trump's not playing 5D chess. There's not some secret plan going on. Like, oh man. So all of these expectations of Trump getting in this second time it was going to be so great. The whole deep state, that was the first term. Remember, he's going to drain the swamp. He's going to take out the deep state. Oh, he's going to do it this time. Like, it's not, he didn't do it the first time. I don't know why we thought he was going to do something crazy like that in the second, but whatever. Q-tards. Thanks, Q.
First thing he's done, in my opinion.
Just to get in as many questions as we can with the remainder of time that we have.
Why are the women clapping for that? Good God.
Nobody hates women like women.
I have to restrict you guys to just one response to each question just to get as many questions in as we're running a little behind.
Rob.
Okay. Oh, and Andrew said in his opening statement that one of the
Rob Knorr. I don't know if you guys watch Rob Knorr, but he's all right. I like Rob.
strengths of Trump was moving the Overton window. We just had a conversation about Republicans secretly hating Trump. I think I've seen you long enough, a big fan. You have a problem with the uniparty and the way things have been for years and years and years in this country. Given the fact that it would be impossible to even consider a fraction in that uniparty before Trump, wouldn't you say that that alone is a success of Trump? That we have a better chance, he's making small incremental gains now, but we have a better chance of actually having someone that someone like me and you would say is much better in the future because of Trump. And wouldn't that be enough for you to consider him a success?
Yes, but I think the issue... I think the issue that we're going to face is
It's a grift. It's a fucking grift. I'm done trusting or even giving the benefit of the doubt to any of these people. Any of them. I'm done. I'm done with it. They're so full of shit.
Cycles away from that coming to fruition, and whatever damage is going to be done in the next 4 years, I don't know. I don't know how bad it's going to get, but I think that we're starting to see that process. Yes.
Well, it's funny to me though. Again, every time we go down these roads, it seems like Owen is more on the Trump has been more successful than not. His big two things seem to be hinged on, and I knew that they would, the Epstein files and what's going on in Iran. But anytime we get into domestic policy and what's going on here, he seems to have a much more favorable opinion. So
I get a closing statement, right?
well, hang on, I'm just answering to the question, right? So
Just making sure.
So I mean, overall, he seems like he's far more pro-Trump than not pro-Trump as far as the successes, in my opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe the right
Thank you very
one will
much.
get
We have
off
to go
my
to the
ass
next.
now.
This one.
Thank you both for the exciting debate. Andrew, do you believe that Trump could do a policy?
Yeah, she has a debate. Ex Samurai 25, Rachel Wilson has a debate tonight. Yeah, with Brian Shapiro on feminism. I don't know. But it's really hard for me to listen to Brian Shapiro, even though I know he's going to get completely destroyed because that's just what he does. Like, he debates people and loses all the time. Like, it's kind of his shtick at this point. It's really difficult for me to listen to him. Not to mention he gives people like me who wear scally hats a bad name. I wish he would take those hats off. Those are my fucking hats.
Or an action that would be so bad that it would overcome all of his net successes? And if so, how would it not be him portraying himself as the God-man Jesus Christ, thereby incurring the wrath of God on our nation?
Oh, I see. So the meme, the meme. So I think that Trump's actually memed worse stuff than that, honestly. But sure, I'm willing to grant that was bad. Okay, yeah, he shouldn't have memed out, himself as Jesus Christ healing the soldier. 100% agree. I'm definitely not giving Democrats control of the nation over it. It's not, no way, not in a million years. So even if Trump blasphemed, let's just say he's a blasphemer, all of the Democrats are blasphemers. They're all anti-Christian. They're all lunatics, and most of them are atheists. So it's like, okay, a little bit of blasphemy versus that. I'll take the little bit of blasphemy. Maybe you don't like it, right? But I'm assured what'll happen to Christians if Democrats get back into power. I'm assured.
That was a doctor, okay? I thought I was a doctor.
You know, too, on the doctor thing, he did say that with a smirk. He was like shit posting to the media when he said it. Just saying.
We'll go to the next one.
Okay, I wasn't going to ask a question until the very end. Owen said that there's a MAGA cult now that Trump is ahead of. And I guess the question is, the biggest split now would be headed by Tucker Carlson having like nicotine-driven demon visions and Candace Owen talking about like Bridget Macron's phallus and like committing calumny against a widow and Erica Kirk, I guess, and like the guy you just interviewed, Dan Bilzerian, talking about whatever the hell he's talking about between playing poker and fucking tons of women, whatever. So I guess the question is to both of you, I guess, which side is better, Trump and his people who are actually, effectuating change, in our favor, or, the people talking about Bridget Macron's dick and all that?
I mean, that's kind of a bit of a straw man, so I don't really know what that has to do with this debate.
I don't see Candace Owens
Answer the question, Owen.
in South Carolina, campaigning for Mark Lynch. She
Or
doesn't
even
really do
debating her
much outside
views.
just
At least Owen debates his views.
I did campaign for Mark Lynch. I was here.
No, but I'm saying, like most of the people within the, true MAGA, as you would see it, they're mostly online. Outside of you and a couple others, they're mostly online just complaining.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not sure what exactly you're asking. Unfortunately, let me answer it like this. Unfortunately, good people in politics are very rare.
I feel like that doesn't answer the question
Not at all.
There are no good sides.
So
How about
here's-
that? There
so
are no
here's-
good sides.
so
There
I'll
are no
answer
good
it
sides.
directly. Obviously, Trump and the people who are affecting change in the positive light towards more, which Owen just admitted, sets the stage for us to have better candidates in the future due to these current policies and direction that we're going. Obviously, that's superior to talking about Bridget Macron's penis.
We'll go to the next. This is actually our last question
But
for
that
the
penis
night.
might get erect before we win another election.
Well, thank you to both gentlemen, by the way. My question is exclusively to Owen. So you mentioned about the problem of rising prices in America, and you propose a solution which is cutting more taxes for the average American so they have more money to spend. But from my point of view, right, I believe that this will be counterproductive because, like, when you cut taxes, it actually stimulates the demand, and when you stimulate the demand, it actually makes the inflation worse. So I'm just wondering what's your opinion on this, because I just do not believe that, from my understanding of economics, just cutting taxes to solve an issue of rising prices and inflation is not the way to approach it. So what do you think of it?
Well, I would disagree with the premise. I think that Americans having more money in their pocket, in their bank account, would be good for them economically. And the other side of that coin, let's say that the conclusion you've reached is accurate. The other side of that coin is that Americans just stay in perpetual debt, the country stays in perpetual debt, and Americans can never own anything, which is the current rate that we're at. And I don't think that's good. I'd like to see Americans be able to own something.
Lower prices, or it should, in theory, lower prices to the consumer. Do you agree with that? Yeah. Okay, so if that's the case, people already are going to have more money to spend without inflating the money supply,
I have
right?
no idea what just happened there.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
We'll jump to the next one, and we're going to move into a rapid fire. If you guys are able to answer in as pithy a way as possible, we'll go to the next question.
I'm relatively pro-tariff. It seems y'all two are also, but I
Oh.
don't really see how you.
Oh, you guys know who that is. Look at this douchebag. Damn. Or wait, no, he wasn't with the exploding mic thing, right? I forget. Is he the one that's like it's on the backside? Anyway, fuck this guy.
Where the tariffs at the same time while Howard Lutnick and his sons
Yeah,
are
Zeb.
raking in millions, hundreds of millions of dollars through Cantor Fitzgerald, while at the same time Howard Lutnick.
Yeah, Zeb. There's not a 30-6. There's no way it's a 30-6. I shoot guns. It's not a 30-. Yeah, that guy.
Is advocating
One of
for Trump
those.
to increase tariffs.
Not
Like buying out tariff rebates via companies, while the American people are paying for those rebates on both ends.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying there's a private company which is taking advantage of the tariff situation?
Well, Howard Lutnick's sons.
Okay. Yeah, I would have to look into the specifics and details of that, speak competently on it with that particular case.
I would say you're speaking of Cantor Fitzgerald, and I think Lutnick is just a problem. I don't know if we'll ever get to the bottom of those answers, but I think that you have to look at it now and wonder if that wasn't a Lutnick policy that ultimately he cashed in on. I think that's a fair question.
Copy paste, not
Do a really quick one.
Hey, first day he took his kids to school. Come on.
Andrew, you spoke about he was talking about exporting Israeli pedophiles back and saying that was an obfuscation. Okay, so we don't want to talk about Israeli pedophiles, but what's one thing we can talk
not
about?
only did we talk about it, but I actually gave him more accurate numbers, which was more than how many he said.
Going right to your point about accurate numbers, the Israelis have killed roughly 70,000 women and children, which is an official policy of their Palestinian ethnic cleansing, which is something Trump has enabled and supported. Would you say is like that a success of Trump? Like is Trump?
So we don't care about killing their pedophiles, but we care about. But if they die and it's to our benefit, that's not America first. I'm confused. I want to make sure I got this right. So if Trump is killing a pedophilic elite in Iran, that is bad because it has nothing to do with American interest, and you don't care about foreign countries, right? But if it's the case that Trump in some way enables them to kill their enemies, right, that's not America first, and that's bad. You got to make up your mind here.
The killing of innocent people I'm talking about by the Israeli government.
Okay. Yeah, it's not America, so who cares, right?
But
Isn't that the whole point?
It kind of is America because they take hundreds of billions of dollars from us.
Yeah,
and they use our military. I mean, we subsidize
hang on,
Israel. Is anyone else sick of subsidizing a foreign country? I mean, good Lord.
Hang on. We subsidize every foreign country.
I agree. Stop it all.
So that's one.
Cut
and
it
not
all
only
off.
that, not only that, here's what's funny is like I don't want to subsidize Israel. I don't give a shit about Israel, okay? I don't care. But I also don't give a shit if they're engaged in perpetual conflict with Arabs. I don't fucking care. I agree, pull our money out of that. I don't want anything to do with it. That has nothing to do with whether or not Trump has been a success as a president, even if I count that against him.
I hate to do it, but
even if I count that against Trump, he would still have been a more successful president. Still.
All right, ready?
Hey, so we've heard from Andrew.
This is just all Andrew has been doing this entire debate is mic drops. That's it. That's all he's been doing. I don't know how anybody can watch this and be like, oh yeah, Owen definitely. Like what?
Tonight a lot about how the Democrats have hamstrung Trump. Trump can't unilaterally do X, Y, and Z. Yeah. So why is it that when it comes to declaring a war, not a war, he can do so unilaterally without approval from Congress?
Yeah, because he's the commander-in-chief of the
general.
Hang on.
He's the general.
No, it doesn't mean that. You need to read the Constitution. Let's go to the Constitution to the.
The Constitution says
Hang on.
unilaterally declare war.
Do you want me to answer or not? First of all, if you know U.S. history, then you would know how many times we've been embroiled in conflict abroad by the President of the United States, including by Thomas Jefferson. Why'd you leave?
CJB34, do these people not know what he can do and what he cannot do? No, they don't know. They have no idea. They just listen to other people on the internet say what somebody can do or cannot do. And then they go, oh, well, I trust this person. So obviously they must know what they're talking about and they wouldn't lie to me. So and then they just spread this shit and do this. And before you know it, nobody looks into anything themselves. Nobody fact checks anything for themselves. They just go, oh, so-and-so said it, so it must be true. So-and-so said the thing must be true. Okay, now I'm going to use it as an argument against other people who have no idea what they're talking about. And this is how we end up where we are. Ex-Samurai 25, nobody declared war.
Is it just like a mic drop and then I'm going to go? Like,
They tell me I started a war. Of course I started a war, but I'm going to say it's not a war because I don't want to get impeached. It's very simple, okay?
Yeah.
It's very simple.
Yeah, the
not a war.
commander-in-chief.
Oh, it's over. I won 5 times,
Yeah.
by the way, and I'm the president of peace.
The commander-in-chief does have broad power when it comes to unilaterally utilizing the military. Congress has control of the purse. They have control of the funding.
Here's what I think really happened, guys. So Trump was running on this, I'm the president that ends wars. I end the wars. Look at all the wars that I've ended. Well, he came back in, there wasn't really anything to end. So we got to start one so we can end another war. That's what I think's going on.
The military's funded. Trump can do basically whatever the hell he wants with them unless there's an act of Congress. Where is that at?
We have to jump into the closings. So
It
if
failed,
you have a,
didn't it?
Yeah.
we'll go right into these closings with 3-minute time sections. We're going to start with Andrew, of course, and then we'll follow up with Owen. Andrew, the floor is all yours for your 3-minute closing.
Yeah, so a whole bunch of things to cover as we're going over the span of this debate. I know that we got caught on the Epstein stuff, but the reason that was important to get caught on is because it's the hammer and bludgeon that the left wing has been using to defame Trump now ever since the debacle of the Epstein file release, which was a debacle, 100%. I'm not going to even bother trying to defend it. It was a debacle the way that was released. Now, that aside, labeling this guy a pedophile, and that's what they label him, and labeling him as a protector of pedophiles, all that's done is destroy him in the public psyche. And when you see the alt-right, maybe not all alt-righters, I'm generalizing here a little bit, but when you see right-wingers who also try to bludgeon him with the same thing, they're doing the Democrats' work for them. Democrats never gave a shit about the Epstein files. Nothing was ever released under any Democrat president. In fact, the sweetheart deals to Costa, as we pointed out, was done under Obama. They've never cared about it. They use it as a bludgeon against the guy, and Republicans go right along with it. Basically, they're using that as a position to try to sweep the midterms, and that's exactly what's probably going to happen. And you're going to be really mad when they do, because you're going to remember what it was like living under Democrats. It sucks. Now, that's why that was so important. And I asked Owen about evidences, and of course, he didn't fucking have any. The evidence is always, they didn't give us enough evidence. Okay, but what about the fact that what we do have, what about the redactions? Hey, Andrew, what about that? Okay, that was all done mostly by attorneys. Trump can't do much about that, right? Every time you get into the specifics of these things and these details with these people, it's no different than when I'm on TikTok arguing with them. They never have anything of substance to say on the topic, only insinuations, this is what must be happening, this and that, but they're defaming the President of the United States with this. They're bludgeoning him with it, which gives the Democrats an upper hand. That's why that was important coming into this when we're talking about the success of Donald Trump. I'd say that that's hamstringing some of that success. When it came to the domestic policies, Owen basically rolled over. I mean, he agrees with me on the net zero migration. He agreed on Trump pardoning him and all of his friends. He agreed with tariffs. He agrees with all of these various things. The only 2 points he seems to have that he really tries to hammer Trump on is just the idea of this conflict in Iran, which is only going on for 7 weeks. I'm not going to move against Trump without serious boots on the ground if he's doing limited airstrikes in this war to give ground to Democrats. That's insane. No way. I'm not doing it. The other problem is that I think I demonstrated all of these successes. Owen did not do a great job of demonstrating Trump's failures. He, in fact, agreed with me more than he didn't on most of the things that I consider to be successful. Now, if we go back just a couple of years, if I said that we would get to a point where we have net negative migration, more people leaving than coming in, you guys would be jumping for joy. Never thought possible. And yet here we are. That's not good enough. What's Trump done for me lately?
To be fair to Owen, like the things that he brought up as points or the things that he thinks should be happening that Trump wasn't doing, I don't like really disagree with him at all on them. And I don't disagree that we should have the Epstein files. I don't disagree that there should be arrests made, not even necessarily for the Epstein files, but for all the crooked, crazy shit that the Democrats did. Now, whether or not they have evidence or can prove something, it's a whole different story. But I don't disagree with him on that. So we had Democrats in power and they locked up all of these J6ers. I'm not a big fan of what happened on January 6th. I think that was stupid. I think you had to have you need to have your brain checked if you showed up to that event and didn't foresee something going incredibly wrong there, for one. And they should have never entered the building. They don't care. Come up with all the excuses you want. Oh, there were feds there were informants, yada, yada, yada. Nobody forced these people to go there, to go into there, period. Accountability is incredibly important, I think. I think that's pretty important. You are responsible for your own actions. But like overall, the points he made, like I don't really disagree with. However, I'm not going to be like, oh, Trump bad. So stupid. I'm not going to push a grift and then when we lose midterms go, it's not my fault. It's not all of our podcasters' fault. The ones who have been spewing anti-Trump rhetoric for the last 8-9 months. The sky is falling. The world's ending. Trump's lost his mind. He's going crazy. He needs to be fucking 25th Amendmented. There needs to be a coup. Like, what are we talking about?
Thank you very much for that closing statement. The timer.
CJB 34. Well, they did wave them in. Yeah, that's where if you're not smart enough, if you're not smart enough to go, police tell, you probably just shouldn't have been there. Cops are waving them in. I mean, I didn't go. I went to nothing would have got me there. But if I were there and there were barricades up and we're not supposed to enter that building and all of a sudden cops are like, yeah, come on in. Come on in, guys. Let's go have some fun. Nah. I mean, come on. Like, these people just have no street smarts at all.
It is set for you as well, Owen. 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
So my last comment as far as the debate here is concerned, the ultimate measuring stick for Trump's success is going to be the midterms, which you've sacrificed, that you are expecting that Republicans are going to lose. Trump is going to be on the campaign trail, and Republicans are going to still lose the midterms. And if you want to say, oh, well, this is the media, this is the Epstein stuff, Trump has been against the media through 2 election cycles and 3. He's won 3 election cycles with the media attacking him. So I don't really think that's legitimate. But I want to step back. I want to step back from the actual contents of the debate, and I want to make a general statement about why I don't view Trump's administration as a success. And that might be because my expectations were too lofty, but this is the reality of the situation as I see it, and I think as a lot of Americans see it. The debate up here was politics as usual. It seems like a lot of the stuff happening in D.C., Democrats, Republicans, it's all just politics as usual. I supported Donald Trump and voted for Donald Trump 3 times because I'm sick of the politics as usual. I'm looking for somebody to go in there and have massive reform, turn tables over, shrink the government in ways that we never thought possible. I mean, we all think Trump says treason. How many times has Trump said treason? Nobody's been tried for treason. Nobody's been arrested for treason.
How much power do these people think the president of the United States has? Like, he's not a king. I voted for Trump and he's not doing all the things that I wanted him to do. Like, well, I mean, like some of that shit, man, Trump can't just wave a magic wand and it be done. So if that's what they're looking for, like, they're never going to get that. That's never going to happen. There are too many competing. The way our system works just doesn't even allow for that. The expectations these people have are complete insanity. They really are. You want you want all good people. You just I don't know what world these people live in, but there's just not. I don't even know what to say to that. Do you have any idea what the odds are that we get just like incredibly righteous people across the board elected in the federal government? For one, I think you got to be a little twisted to even want that job to begin with. I don't think like good, righteous people want to become congressman or president. I just don't think that's how, I don't think that's how that works. I think you have to be a little off to begin with to want to do that job, to want that job.
So I elected a reform agent. I elected a change agent. I elected somebody to get in there and not do politics as usual, but actually ram heads with the globalists, ram heads with the establishment, and completely remake this country to closer to what it was founded upon, closer to the constitutional ideals, closer to self-government, closer to being independent, shrinking the government, bringing everything internally instead of sending out aid all over the country. That's what I wanted. Lofty goals, high expectations, maybe. But I think the understanding from the American people and why we supported Trump, I don't know how much longer, I don't know how many opportunities we're going to get to save this country politically. I don't know how many other opportunities we're going to get to save this country. And I feel like if we can't do it with Trump and Bongino and Patel, if we can't do it with this team, that's a blow. That's a blow. I don't know where we go from here. The Democrats get back in. It's going to be worse than ever. But that's what I elected from Trump.
This is straight up just doomer mentality. I mean, I don't know. Are things bad? Yeah, but they're like, even so, like, this is still a pretty solid country to live in, guys. We got to save the country. Like, I mean, I get it. I guess I understand where he's coming from. Like, I don't want to sell out our country to the Chinese or to the Russians or whoever. I get that. I definitely don't want this to go from a Christian nation to an Islamic nation or an atheist one. That would suck. But to be so like, I don't know. It's weird to me that they thought with getting Trump elected a second time was somehow gonna solve all the problems in the country. It was gonna save the country. And that because he hasn't saved the country in 18 months, that it's screw him. He's bad. We're screwed. We're cooked. It's over. Like relax, man. Take it easy a little bit. A really way to for sure guarantee that Trump's not going to be able to do anything is to do what you've been doing, Owen, and make sure that there's no shot that we win the midterms. That way the Democrats can just completely stall out. At the very least, they just stall and Trump really can't get anything done. right? At the worst cases, they end up impeaching him. So I don't know. If people really think like this? Like, this can't be real. They can't be like a real thought. Like, I was pretty sure that Trump, Cash Patel, and Bongino were going to save the country and that they were going to right all of the wrongs. And it was going to be, we were going to be born anew and everything. All of the corruption, all of that was just going to be gone from the government forever and smooth sailing from here on out. They can't really think that that's what they were voting for or what they thought they were going to get. That might have be what they were voting for. But they can't really believe that's what they thought was going to happen. This is like Disney shit. This isn't real life. That's not a
change agent. I wanted somebody to get in there and do massive reform, massive shrinking of government, beyond just Doge, arresting deep state criminals, and we're just simply not getting it, and it doesn't look like it's going that way either.
Massive reform. So 3 guys, right? I mean, there was more, obviously, but he named 3. Trump, Bongino, Patel. Massive reform. They're going to, like, these people that are in these other positions, they don't want Trump to be able to do mass reform. They don't want Trump to be able to just completely drain the swamp. They want to stay there. It's so stupid. And it's going to take more than 16 or 18 months. It's going to take more than a Trump presidency. It's going to take multiple presidencies over the course of many years to fix this shit that we're in, if it can even be done. But to just expect Trump was going to do it, that's just crazy to me. Like, I viewed, this is how I viewed Trump's second presidency. Is at the very least, it was going to be a stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding. He was going to shut down the border, stop that crap from happening. He was going to at least try to put somewhat of an end to this crazy trans your kids crap that was going on. No pride flags at the White House. Like, I got what I was looking at. I'm pretty satisfied, to be honest with you, so far. But I wasn't stupid enough to have these crazy high expectations that Trump was going to save the world. But whatever, I guess, whatever.
And I'm just concerned. I don't know how many more election cycles our country can take before it becomes impossible to save this country politically.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please join me in giving one final applause to our speakers. What a fantastic debate.
Great debate. A lot of fun. Great job. You want to come have a
We'll have one more announcement.
Take a picture outside where our picture is too.
We'll have one more announcement from Sean. We'll do one more announcement. One more?
I thought it really wasn't much of a debate. I'm surprised Owen didn't have some more ammo to come with, some more facts, something. He did a lot of feels like, I think, feels like, seems like, looks like, could be. Air Jeff, actually respectful debate and love the handshake. Yeah, I don't believe that. I mean, I don't know. We'll give it a few days here, but I don't believe like Andrew Wilson has any ill will or anything towards Owen Shroyer. And there were moments in this where I believe Owen was being honest and expressing how he really felt and wasn't just taking this like grifter position. But then it didn't last long, and it makes sense. It really, I mean. What's Owen going to do? He's trying to build his platform now after being canned from InfoWars or whatever. So he's going to take the easiest grift ever right now. That doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, they could sprinkle in some, hey, by the way, Trump is actually doing a decent job domestically. It's definitely way better than Democrats. And no, we definitely shouldn't be voting for fucking Democrats in the midterms. CJB34, Owen in the backseat. Are we there yet? Yeah. And I'm okay with criticism. Like I get the criticism. I understand it. You know what I mean? Especially if your expectations were that high. Like I totally understand the criticism, but balance it out, man. Like you can't just get online every day and scream the sky is falling and expect things are going to be okay. Well, it's not the podcaster's fault. It's Trump's. Like, dude, you guys are, well, okay. At the very least, you're not helping anything. Not helping anything. You could be helping. You could be, but you're not. Nah, Andrew isn't like that except if the other person comes at him or his family first. Yeah. Or I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I don't think Owen is like that either. Like, I don't think Owen is going to take this and just like use it and go on some crazy multi-week long attack on Andrew about his opinions or, you know, the positions that he took in this debate. So I don't expect there to be any bad blood between these two, probably ever. I mean, unless something crazy happens, but it would more than likely have to be, it would have to come from Owen first. Andrew's not going to just go at Owen for nothing. Audrey Unfiltered, they are toddlers, and if it doesn't confirm their conspiracies, they don't even acknowledge it. Yeah, that's part of the grift. You have to perpetuate it. You have to keep it going. What you can't do is use reason and logic. You just can't do that. People don't like that. They won't send you super chats if you're trying to use logic and reason and be somewhat favorable at all. Air Jeff, Rachel Wilson is debating tonight. Yep, she sure is. At I think 7, but it's against Brian Shapiro. You probably came in a little late, and we were talking about this earlier. I don't know. It's really hard for me to listen to Brian Shapiro because he's just so bad at debating, and he just loses all the time. I mean, if it were Andrew, it'd be one thing, but they're debating feminism. Oddfielder, I love how Owen defeated his own point at the end. Trump is not perfect, but the Democrats will be awful. Of course. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So we agree. Right. Yeah. Oh, so Trump's actually, at the very least, better than the Democrats still. But oh no, we've got to lose the midterms. Stupid. Eclectic journalist. Hey, how's it going? I think Owen actually feels this way, though I don't think he is faking. He has fell into a real low emotional state. No, there were moments where he was, you could tell, like, I don't know how to put it. Like he's aware. He understands that Donald Trump is still better than, like, there wasn't anything better than Donald Trump. And he's not doing an all-around terrible job, especially domestically. Like, you could see that. What I'm saying is that Owen doesn't vocalize that hardly ever online because it's bad for the grift. So I guess the point I'm making is Owen revealed his true feelings a little bit here in this debate during the Q&A, during some parts of the debate, but he doesn't say that shit on a regular basis because it's bad for the grift. So he's just a grifter. Audrey Unfiltered with the $10 super chat. Thanks, I appreciate it. I like the fact you use logic and reason. Yeah, it's a tough commodity to come by these days, apparently. It's crazy. That was one of the big things that really, I mean, that's what I liked mostly about the right, is that I felt like for the most part, we were all at least somewhat grounded in logic. Turns out this is actually not the case. Turns out many of us are complete psychotic morons. Ben with the super chat. Thanks for using logic. That's why we love your channel. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And for those of you who didn't know, Ben is my Jewish handler. Oh, no, I don't think I got the joke. My brain's not working. You're going to have to spell it out for me. I've had entirely too much caffeine today. The S-Files. Common sense should now be called uncommon sense. That's so true. That's sad. It's funny because it's true. Oh, I gotcha. Audrey Unfiltered. You said nobody sends super chats if you use logic and reason. Yeah. No, now I get it. Thank you. Thank you for explaining it to me. Yeah, that wasn't a grift to try to get anybody to send super chats, by the way. That was just a point. Like, it's insane to me. The amount of people that I don't get it. What happened? Have this many people always been this retarded? I really think it was COVID. I think I keep like beating a dead horse when it comes to that, but I really think COVID really screwed some people up. Really messed with some people's brains. To the point where they're in like this weird psychosis and everything is a conspiracy. Nothing is real. Everything is fake, except of course the school children. That's real, right? In Iran, that's definitely real, but everything else in the United States is totally fake. It's all propaganda, it's all theater. But Gaza, that's real. Either everything is fake or what? I can't keep up with these people. It's wild. Oddfielder, Bronson, you're awesome for actually engaging with your who doesn't engage? I feel like most people engage. I feel like that's kind of the whole point of doing a live stream is to like talk to people who are watching. I couldn't imagine trying to do like a show and then like waiting till the end to do, not to knock anybody who does that. I don't want I don't want anybody to take it the wrong way. I just don't see the point of that. Like, there's a comment that I see, I like to pop up and have discussions. Otherwise, I'm just staring at a screen and a camera the entire time, which is really not that fun. Miss Me Cat, what's up? Were you here? You missed it? That's okay. You can watch it. Rewind. I don't know if there's a few. I'm sure you already watched the debate, I would assume. And it really wasn't much of a debate. I don't know how anybody online is like, Owen did a great job. He didn't do anything. He did nothing except agreed with Andrew Wilson like most of the debate. CJB34 with the $10. Thank you. Thanks, CJB34. I appreciate it. Oddfielder, but you also read all the comments even when not live. I do. I read, guys, I don't know if you know this or not, but I read every comment on my videos, like every one of them. And then sometimes like I'll whatever it is, I'll get busy or whatever, and I'll be like, oh crap, I've got to check the held comments, because depending on what some of you might say in a comment, it ends up in this like weird obscure held folder because it's naughty. You guys use naughty words or something. So then I'll go through those and check those, and I don't hold any of those back. If they end up in the held thing, like if you make a comment and you don't see it right away, it's just because I haven't gotten to the held portion yet. But I don't care what the comment says. I don't care if it's completely negative towards me. If it's not, it doesn't matter. If you use crazy, I end up approving them, and I really don't think YouTube likes that. I think YouTube has a problem with me just approving all of those really bad comments. So just in case you were wondering, I read every comment. I am chronically online, and it's incredibly entertaining to me. Yeah, sometimes on a comment, like I won't like it. It's one of two things. Either for whatever reason YouTube didn't like register the like, or it's because you're one of those people, and I'm just I'm not going to like your shit. Sorry. I'll read it. I'll laugh at it. Sometimes I'll respond to them, but I'm not going to like it. Continue freedom. I do that, but that's because I'm not as smart as you and I get distracted. I'm like a Labrador. Well, that's like a lot of people do that. They do the show and then they get to the chats afterwards. I just like engaging with people that are in the comments. Because most of the time, to be honest, the funnier stuff is in the comments than it is me or anything I'm watching. So it ends up, for me, being that the comments are far more entertaining than listening to my self-talk or watching whatever video. I mean, this debate, the debate was entertaining just in the fact of how much of not a debate it was. Here, Jeff, I have a twist. Peanut butter on French toast, but add honey. Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, no, honey is definitely good. If you really want to have some fun, put some Mike's Hot Honey on there. That's a good time. Why is peanut butter on French toast controversial? I have no idea. I thought it was incredibly common. That's why I made fun of Gary for it when he called me a psycho for putting peanut butter on French toast. I'm like, what? Who are these people that don't put peanut butter on their French toast? Or really, I mean, pancakes, waffles, all the same. I have no idea why but apparently it's not a big common thing and some people are confused by it. But I've been using it as a bit of a litmus test, just, and so people are failing miserably. X Samurai 25. I get some people just aren't fans of peanut butter, I guess, or they only do like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or something. Like they haven't broadened their peanut butter horizons. But is it just a peanut butter? Like, I don't know how somebody would go through life and have never thought about maybe I should put peanut butter on the French toast, see what that's like, or the pancakes, or you know what I mean? Like, oh, if it's good on pancakes, I've done that. Well, it's got to be good on French toast, right? Like, it's kind of the same. I mean, it's different, but the same. Peanut butter on cheddar cheese. Now, that's not. That sounds a little drug induced, but I'm not going to say that I have not done that. And it's not bad. X Samurai 25. I love peanut butter. I've just never had the chance to try it. How's that possible? I'm going to need an explanation on how it is that you've never had the chance to try peanut butter on French toast, because I'm sure you've had French toast, right? Was peanut butter not in the vicinity? I like peanut butter with real butter spread on the peanut butter and then honey or jelly, but it has to be strawberry or apricot jelly. So sometimes I go a little crazy and I get this strawberry jalapeno jelly. So I'll do peanut butter with some Mike's Hot Honey, and then I'll incorporate the strawberry jalapeno jam. And that'll really get you going with a good 32-ounce coffee. Righteous Gemstones. Who is withholding peanut butter from salmon? That's a solid question. That is a solid question. It's probably Trump's fault. Or the Jews. The Jews are probably keeping the peanut butter away. AM French toast stuff with Reese's peanut butter cups. I guarantee that's probably amazing. But that sounds like just a little too much work. Miss Me Cat, peanut butter French toast doesn't sound appealing. Peanut butter and banana sandwiches are much better. It's like the same thing. Just add add some bananas to the French toast along with the peanut butter, and you basically just have and then syrup. It's like the same thing. Same. You're right there, Miss Me Cat. You're right there. Like just make the jump. What's the holdback? Thomas McNabb had an old babysitter peanut butter mayonnaise sandwich. What? Hold on a second here. Had an old babysitter peanut butter mayonnaise sandwich. Actually, not bad. Had to try it as I got to know her later in life. Peanut butter and mayo? I've had a fluffernutter before. If you guys don't know what a fluffernutter is, it's marshmallow fluff and peanut butter. That's really good. It's kind of an East Coast thing, but never had a peanut butter mayo sandwich. Like mayo or Miracle Whip? Are we going tangy here? Or are we going just regular mayo? Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Anytime I hear mayonnaise, I think of Officer and a Gentleman. Some of you might not even know what that movie is. Ex Samurai. Yep, peanut butter and fluff sandwiches are good. They are good. They are, I would argue, not good for you. But yes, they are good. Mama Albert, classic movie. It is. Great movie. Miss Me Cat. Officer and a Gentleman's a great movie. Richard Gere was the man. I agree. Oh, what was the black dude's name? Now I forget. But he was awesome. See if I can look it up quicker than somebody else gets it in the comments. Is it Lewis? Lewis Cassette Jr.? Yeah, that dude. That guy was. Is he still alive? I feel like he's. No, he passed away in 2024. I missed that. Missed that. Yes, Mama Albert, you are correct. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other movies, the 80s movies that he was in that were great. What was that jet, the fighter pilot one? Oh, I drawn a blank. The Principal, that was really good with Belushi. That was a good one. Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle. Holy crap. There it is, Righteous Gemstones. Yes, Iron Eagle. This is the Bluebird. This is a good 80s flick. I mean, it's kind of like they had the feathered hair back in the day. Kind of corny now, I think a little bit, but great movie. Great movie. There really wasn't a bad 80s movie. They were all pretty awesome. Yes, I agree. He was a great actor. If you guys haven't seen The Principal, he was great in that. Continue Freedom, Iron Eagle. What a great movie. They made like 3 of those. I never watched the second or the third one. Never did. I don't know if there's no way. There's no way they were as good as the first one. I feel like that wasn't a thing back then where the sequels were better than the originals. That's only been like a relatively new development where sequels are better than the originals. Audrey Unfiltered. I was born in 94, so that you got to go back. You got to go back in time. Things were so much better back then. God, he had to have been in just a crap ton of movies. Trying to think of what other. No, that's all I got off the top of my head. I don't think I caught the Missing in Action series. '80s movies are the best. They are, especially '80s comedies. Like, remember when they made comedy movies that were funny? What a great time. Hopefully we get back to that. I was just watching one the other night. Well, 2 actually. Harlem Nights. Guys, if you haven't seen Harlem Nights, that is one of my favorite, like, all around just movies, let alone comedy movies of all time. I absolutely, Richard Pryor, Red Fox, like early Eddie Murphy. Charlie Murphy was in it. That's a great one. What was the other one I was just going to talk about? Richard Pryor and John Candy. Brewster's Millions. Just watching that the other night. Obscure moderator, Terminator 2, better than the original. They should have stopped. They should have stopped with Terminator 2. But yes, I agree. Way better. Like that was like the start of where sequels started becoming better than the originals. Or that it could be done. It could be a thing to where the sequel could be better than the original. Started with Terminator 2, in my opinion. Mama Albert when Whoopi was funny and not an asshat. What are we going back to some sister acts? Whoopi was good in Ghost. I guess that's not a comedy though, really. I mean, sort of. She was still sort of comedic relief. Boy, I don't think we could talk about Blazing Saddles, Mama Albert. I don't think that's YouTube friendly. Great comedy though. Mel Brooks, anything Mel Brooks, just great. Uh-oh. I said something nice about a Jew, guys. I'm a shill. Mel Brooks. Thomas McNabb. Even before trying substances, Cheech and Chong had you busting up as a kid. I agree. I remember I don't even remember how old I was, but I was definitely not old enough to really even understand what it was they were doing. But my dad was like, "You ever seen a Cheech and Chong movie?" But yeah, and then yep. Thanks, Dad. But yes, Cheech and Chong. I mean, Chong's kind of I don't hold anything against either one of those guys. Like they're so old and fried. I don't even care what their political opinions are. I give no shits. I still hold them at a certain place in time that they will just always be awesome to me, regardless. I got to meet them. It was really cool. They did a show where I'm at here, and I got backstage passes, and it was like I don't even think at that point after the show that Tommy had any idea where he was anymore. Cheech was cool. Cheech was definitely not completely fried out of his mind. But Chong was Chong was toast. The picture I got with him is hilarious. Like, I'm excited. Cheech is smiling. Tommy's wife was there, and then Chong's just looking at the camera like this. And he was gone. I think he said maybe like 4 words to me. Continue Freedom. Cheech was great in Desperado. Yeah. That was a good flick. Desperado's a good one. The S-Files. Lost Boys was first movie that made vampires cool and not like Dracula. Lost Boys, that's a great one. Watch it every year. Every year at Halloween. I have like a whole list of movies that we have to watch during the month of October. And Lost Boys is one of the first ones. Great vampire movie. The whole initiation scene where they're hanging off the bridge, and great movie. Continue Freedom. I have no clue how he got on 80s and 90s movies, but I love it. I'm not sure either. Yep, nope, no idea. CJB 34, Robin Williams, Good Morning Vietnam. That's another like totally underrated movie. I don't think it probably wasn't underrated when it came out, but like as time has gone on, like nobody talks about it. This is a great movie. It had comedy, it had like very heartfelt themes in it. You know, he becomes best friends with what turns out to be Charlie. Like, oh man, it's a great movie. If you think about it now, though, it might have had some kind of left wing underlying themes there a little bit. Like, no, they're just people. They're just people. You wouldn't even know it. You could be their best friends. Mama Owlbear. Lost Boys is my favorite movie. Went to Santa Cruz, meet the comic book store owner, and got his book signed. Oh, that's crazy. X Samurai 25. I stand corrected. Karate Kid 2 was better than the original. The sequel, in my opinion, was better than the original. The third one was okay. But the second one, I liked better than because they go to Japan, right? They're in Okinawa, and they're having this whole like, you know, he's experiencing a culture change of sorts, and they're real big on honor over there. Granted, they portrayed it in a really fucked up way, in my opinion, but I really liked the whole. Ever since I saw Karate Kid Part 2 when I was really young, like I've always wanted to go to Japan. I actually have my brother-in-law lives over there right now. He teaches over there. I forget where, but I think he's kind of close to that Okinawa area. Be really cool to go visit, but he just came back and visited here a few months ago, and now he's all fancy because he can kind of speak Japanese. He's got a Japanese girlfriend. I knew that was going to happen. Like as soon as just because of the way he is, as soon as I found out that he was wanting to go to Japan, you know, graduate college and then go over there to teach, I was like, you're not coming back. You're going to fall in love with the culture over there. You're done. You're cooked. You're going to find a Japanese girl. That's it. You're going to be Japanese now. Pretty sure I was right. X Samurai. The Cobra Kai series ended up being pretty good. I started watching that when it first dropped, and it was an interesting take. So it was like actually he was the bully or whatever, and like, but I haven't watched it completely. How many seasons are they done, or are they still going? The X-Files. Yeah, that's not a Karate Kid movie. None of them are. The Jackie Chan read, no. With Will Smith's kid, that freak, no. There's only one Karate Kid series. It's part 1, 2, and 3. That's it. I mean, maybe I suppose if you wanna, you could throw in Cobra Kai. That's still part of the original lore and the original people. Okay, we can include that. But any of that other crap they did, no, that's never happened. Audrey Unfiltered, literally haven't seen any of the movies anyone has named. What you're doing life wrong. What about The Great Outdoors? Have you seen The Great Outdoors? You had to have, like, come on, Dan Aykroyd, John Candy. Had to have at least seen The Great Outdoors or Uncle Buck or The Money Pit? What is The Money Pit? That's not ringing a bell. Oh, Tom Hanks. Yeah, the house that everything goes wrong when they buy it. I like some of Tom Hanks' movies. I'm not a huge fan of Tom Hanks. It's not bad. Like, he's done a lot of good movies. Right? I don't want to like start knocking Tom Hanks or anything. It's just like a lot of his stuff wouldn't be my first, second, third, or fourth choice. Forrest Gump was legit though. Forrest Gump was awesome. Audrey, you had to have seen Forrest Gump. I mean, I guess that's not an 80s movie, but pretty close. Big? I liked Big. That just came out of nowhere. I was trying to think of like the fortune teller, like Zoltar machine. Big was cool. It's kind of creepy though. I guess there's some pedo undertones with Big. Lethal Weapon. There was one I remember. I forget which one it was, but there was anti-gun propaganda, anti-2A propaganda in one of those, maybe all of them, but for sure in one. Forget, there's like a scene where they're walking in to like in the police station into one of their offices or maybe the captain's office or something, and there's like a poster or sign or something that had that was very anti Second Amendment messaging, and I was like, oh man, these bastards were at it all the way. Even in the 80s, they couldn't. It's just like, oh. But I did like Lethal Weapon. I think Lethal Weapon 4. I really like that one just because of the way Joe Pesci, was in that one specifically. Between him and Chris Rock, like the humor that they had going, I think that was incredibly funny. Audrey, do you watch movies? Of course, Audrey watches movies. Just not those movies. That's fine, Ben. Go watch. That's way more important. Way more important watching the daughter play soccer. Continue Freedom, Die Hard, best Christmas movie ever. And it is a Christmas movie. I cannot believe there are still people who will argue that that's not a Christmas movie. It is very much so a Christmas movie. Some would argue it's the Christmas movie. It's a toss-up. It's a toss-up between Die Hard and National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I don't know that I have ever had a Christmas season where I did not watch Christmas Vacation. Don't know that I ever will. Audrey Unfiltered. I was a big Adam Sandler fan for comedy, but my little brother was. I I have no idea how old you are, but did you ever have comedy CDs? Because Adam Sandler had a few funny ones. One of the skits on one of those, the goat. Some of you might know what I'm talking about. Some might not, but that's crazy. Comedy CDs. Is that still a thing? Do they still do that? I suppose they probably have. It's just on Spotify now or whatever streaming service you buy. I'm 31. No, I did not. You're not that far off. Never had it. You never had an Adam Sandler comedy CD? Since you brought up Adam Sandler, because he had some. And if you haven't heard the goat skit, you should look up the goat skit. You got really hairy balls, man. Ex Samurai 25. Little Nicky's a good movie. I went to the theater and saw Little Nicky, and I remember it being like, as time has gone on, it was definitely better back then. Not saying it's bad now or anything, but it was definitely funnier back then than it is. Like if I were to watch it today, it doesn't have the same, just doesn't hit the same. It hit different back then. The goat that could talk. Yes. Little House Blue. I had comedy vinyl. Now you're dating yourself a little bit. Unless you're just one of those weird vinyl heads. Oh, man. I forgot all. I haven't thought about, like, if anybody asked me to name an Adam Sandler song, that would, I don't know, maybe just doesn't matter. That, like, there's so much nostalgia in that one little comment right there. It just took me back like 25 years or whatever. That's crazy. I got a piece of shit car. Never gets me very far. Yeah. Thanks. Kind of just made me feel old now. Holy crap. Yeah, the Hanukkah song. That's, if somebody would have said name an Adam Sandler song, I would have said that one. A piece of shit car would not have even entered the brain probably. That's like tucked so far in the back and so far down, like take somebody else bringing it up for it to even see the light of day. Did someone mention Total Recall? I watched an illegal dubbed copy back in Russia as I did all the Terminators. I don't know if anybody mentioned Total Recall, but there's a certain scene, and I'm sure anybody who's seen this movie knows, that will forever be burned into my brain from Total Recall. I'm not going to say what it was. I'm going to let everybody who knows just stay in the know, but that movie will always be infamous for that specific scene because of how, and the age that I saw that movie and what I was seeing just has stayed with me and will never leave, ever, ever, ever leave. Audrey Unfiltered. My brother literally watched Spaceballs, Little Nicky, House on Haunted Hill, Inspector Gadget, and a couple other ones on repeat. But like I said, I had Asperger's. Okay, so you've seen Spaceballs then. What about like Young Frankenstein? You had to have seen Young Frankenstein, right? I mean, if you want to really go way back, Abbott and Costello, Jack and the Beanstalk. Like if you want to go, I don't even know. Was that like the 30s maybe or the 40s or something? Abbott and Costello movies? Those are great. Those are still funny to this day. I mean, they had their skits, like Who's on First or whatever, but the movies were just as like more funny really than their skits. Robin Hood Men in Tights. I haven't seen that one in a really long time. That was like real early, like Dave Chappelle too, where he was just kind of getting on the scene. What was it, like Nutty Professor? And then I think it was Robin Hood, but like he had a few just sort of side roles before he just completely blew up with Chappelle Show. So as soon as I'm done with this stream, I'm gonna end up going and looking up some Adam Sandler stuff that I haven't listened to in multiple decades, just because somebody had to bring that song up about Piece of Shit Car. Or actually, it was Audrey who brought up Adam Sandler to begin with, and then the goat skit came creeping up from the deep depths of the back of my brain. Audrey, I haven't seen the Terminator. You haven't seen the Rocky movies? How have you not seen the Rocky movies? How are you an American and have not seen the Rocky movies? Scarface makes sense. It's not everybody's jam. Great movie, though. But Rocky? You haven't seen Rocky? Right. Like, I mean, if you've ever had cable TV, I feel like you would just fall into a Rocky movie. Haven't seen the Rocky movies. There's a communist in the chat. No, it's Asperger's. Rocky was different. Like, I feel like every Rocky movie got better. Rambo movies, not so much, in my opinion. First Blood is such a great movie. And then I don't know, they were good, but they didn't have that, what First Blood had. But Rocky, like, progressively got better. Here's some redemption. Little redemption for you, Audrey. I have seen The Sandlot. Great movie. That's another one I don't think I ever go a year without watching. It ends up popping up for something. Great movie. Killing Me Smalls. Rocky and Rambo should be a required watch for citizenship. I agree. I agree. Predator is great. Predator 2, not so great. I don't know if I saw Predator 2. I liked Predator, right? I ain't got time to bleed. And then not so much. What was the other one? Running Man, right? I think it was Running Man, where Jesse Ventura and Arnold Schwarzenegger went it together. God, man, I'm so bummed out with Jesse Ventura. Such a bummer. He should have he's like that he's an example of lived long enough to see himself become the villain. He was doing great things, being awesome just 15 years ago. He should have just stopped. Sandlot was peak 90s. Yeah, it really was. They just don't make movies like that anymore, I feel like. I can't recall the last movie where like I was excited to go see it. There have been a few that have come out where I was like, yeah, I want to go see this. But I can't recall like the last one where I was super excited to go see. I remember when Nefarious came out. That one like completely caught me off guard. I didn't really look into it. All I saw was just like a short preview of Sean Patrick Flannery playing a possessed demon in prison, or playing a guy possessed by a demon in prison, and I was like, Sean Patrick Flannery? Like, I'm in. I'm in. I'm never not gonna watch a movie that dude's in. I'll always have him and Norman Reedus, just because of Boondock Saints. I'm always going to just support those dudes. So then I get to the theater, come to find out Nefarious is a very like pro right wing, pro Christian movie. I had no idea. I was like, holy crap, this is awesome. So that was like a neat little surprise. Mama, yeah. Now imagine how awesome it was just thinking it was a possessed, scary demon movie, and then getting and finding out what it was actually about. And there's a whole book. Like, I don't know, whatever. But I was pleasantly surprised in the theater by that movie. Boondock Saints, bringing up another great one. I supported Boondock Saints too. I actually have when that movie was coming out, he was just, like Boondock Saints 2 was his way of capitalizing on the success that he couldn't capitalize on from the original Boondock Saints. I was like, I'm really glad they made a second movie, and I want him to just make as much money as he possibly can. So they had these like limited edition where they were taking shell casings from the actual movie and selling them. And I bought one of those, and I've just had that forever. I was like, oh, this is cool. It was in the movie. Cool, neat. A bullet casing. Awesome. The movie sucked. I mean, it wasn't like super terrible. I'm glad they made it. It was entertaining, but it didn't have the magic the first one did. So I'm really hoping they do a 3 and they bring back or try to capture some of the magic that they had in the first one. Boondock Saints, I love it. Did you see both? And did you like part 2? I guess I just covered that. I didn't hate it, but it wasn't. I expected great things, and it was a bit of a letdown, but it's okay. It's okay. I still like it. I still want there to be a third one. They've been talking about making a 3 for years. I think it's being made. Like, I think it's being done. I feel like Sean and Norman had both confirmed that, yes, it's being done. One thing I did like that they like brought like the ghost of Rocco. That was cool. I'm glad that I hope that somehow he's still alive, right? He hasn't kicked the bucket. David Del Rocco. Yeah, he's still around. Whew. He's looking old. Yeah, I think there was like the amount of comedy that was in the first one was balanced really well. Like there was just slight comedic relief. I feel like they tried too hard in the second one. Never be able to top the original. I don't think so. I think they can get close though. I think he can get close. He definitely didn't get close with the second one. So it worst case scenario, there's no way that it could be worse than the second one. So that's gonna be a win, in my opinion. It would be worse to not get a third one than it would be to get a third one. It's like Michael Scott after 3 years of writing, 2 years of shooting, 1 year of rewriting, and 3 years of reshooting. I'm ready to release my movie. Threat level midnight. Yeah. Well, I don't care as long as it's better than the second one. Take your time, but hurry up. It's been long enough, I think. Audrey, I was more of a book to movie type person. The Outsiders, Of Mice and Men, etc. I'm going to be completely honest with you. The only book that I ever read prior to a movie was Dan Brown's Da Vinci Code. Really enjoyed those books. All of them. Was it the, hold on, I got it over here. Inferno was good, but I think out of that, everything aside from Da Vinci Code, Lost Symbol, I think was probably my favorite book. And then they didn't do the movie. That really pissed me off because it, it dealt with America and Freemasons, and it's like, oh, this is gonna be a great movie, and then that's the one they didn't do. They gave us Inferno. Like, God, really would have much preferred The Lost Symbol. Mama Albert, do I Snatch, I think you meant. But yes, yeah, I love Guy Ritchie films. Early or now. Yes. Anything Guy Ritchie does, just shoot it right into my veins, please. Yeah, great movies. Super fun movies. Lock, Stock, Rock and Rolla. What he did, he was in was Gentleman a Guy Ritchie thing, or did he just have like, I don't even know, but yes, love those. No, you're good. It happens. Vin Diesel, The Pacifier was a good movie. I don't know if I saw that. What's going on with Vin Diesel? Does he still do movies, or does Hollywood not care about Vin Diesel anymore? Did he get too old? I was scrolling through YouTube Shorts and a clip from I think it was Triple X popped up. I was like, holy crap, I haven't even thought about that movie in a really long time. I have no idea why my YouTube algorithm was like, you need to watch this Triple X clip. Like, what? On Triple X money? Yeah, right. Yeah. I don't even think that movie couldn't have done well. I mean, I liked it at the time. It was like, oh, Vin Diesel, yeah. But I mean, he'll be living off of Fast and Furious for him, his kids, their kids. They'll be living on that Fast and Furious money for generations to come. He might still be doing Fast and Furious series. Like, they're not done? Are those not done? Are we still getting Fast and Furious? I don't believe that I am caught up on Fast and Furious movies. I don't recall which one I stopped watching, but I did. I stopped at some point. I couldn't tell you which one. And I've probably seen enough clips of most of them to more than likely have seen the movies, but Triple X? Wasn't he in the I thought he was in the first one. They did a second one? I thought Ice Cube, that was the whole like, or maybe did he take over Vin Diesel's spot maybe or something? Yikes. He's preparing for his role in Fast and Furious 20. Are they on 20? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. How many are they on now? 10? He's in a rascal with a Hemi. I mean, 11, 20, same difference. Same difference. I haven't even checked. Are there any good movies coming out? I did watch Nuremberg recently. I didn't even know that was like, they must have just not done much as far as advertising goes. They were skimping on the advertising budget. I had no idea Russell, I get he was, but I like Russell Crowe. I don't care enough about Russell Crowe to pay attention to Russell Crowe stuff. You know, huge fan of Gladiator. What was that movie he did where he was, hold on. Rage or something? Unhinged. That was a good movie. That was a fun movie. I don't think you know what a bad day is, but you're about to find out. Like I totally understood everything he was going through in that movie. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie or not. But I could relate a little bit to Russell Crowe and what was going on. Like, I was not all the way mad at him for what he was doing in that movie. Or his character. I could relate a little bit to his character. Few good minds? Do you mean beautiful minds, maybe? Or a beautiful mind? Few good men? I'm confused. Audrey Unfiltered, the Melania doc was loved every bit of it. I haven't seen it, haven't watched it. I didn't even think that was like a real thing. Like, I saw that advertisement for Melania. I was like, what is this? This isn't like a movie. Or, is it? Oh, I was just on eBay last night looking to see if there was any like cool collectibles from the original Crow movie that just happened to be available. That's crazy you brought that up. I was looking, I found one thing that's up on eBay right now that's Brandon Lee signed, and it's just like a little, it's not a business card signed thing with his signature on it. Says it's authenticated. I guess I didn't see it, but yeah, that's crazy. I was just looking at shit last night, literally last night. Huge fan of the original Crow movie. I was a big fan of Brandon Lee, big fan of Bruce Lee. I've got an original Game of Death, Bruce Lee like theatrical poster that I just have been too lazy to get framed. I'd really want to get that hung up in my studio space here, but just haven't gotten around to it. I've had it for years too, but it's rolled up in a tube. And then I buy things and I go, ooh, cool thing, must have cool thing, neat cool thing, and then I shove it somewhere where it's kind of out of sight, out of mind, and then like years later I rediscover things. Crow was a great movie. I don't. It was good. I don't. But it's a special movie. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would consider it like a great movie, but it's a special movie. It's very special. %100 agree. Bruce Lee died too early, and so did Brandon. What was that other movie he did? Rapid Fire with Brandon Lee and what's that dude's name? That actor. He's got a really cool name, like Law or something. God, what's that guy's name? Powers Booth. That's it. I wasn't even close. Law. That was a fun movie. I wouldn't say that it was like a great movie, but it was good. It was a fun movie. Oh, all right, guys. I think I'm going to call it there. What did we go for? It's almost 4 hours. I really got to figure out a way to do live streams and keep it in that like 2 hour range. I feel like 4 hours is aggressive. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. I have to go to the bathroom. 4 hours, got to go to the bathroom. The break I took earlier, I forgot my daughter was coming home. She had a thing after school, and I had the door locked, so I had to go let her in really quick. In case you guys were wondering why I took a break midstream, which I never do, even to use the bathroom. I just hold that shit, and it's probably not good. I probably should just put you guys on hold and go use the bathroom, but I don't for whatever reason. So anyway, thanks for coming and hanging out. Gonna keep trying to do live streams when I can. Last few weeks have been crazy busy with regular life, so I'm hoping I don't. I mean, the summer gets a little crazy, but shouldn't be too bad. So gonna keep trying to do live streams when I can and putting out content anyway. All kinds of stuff to cover. I've got a bunch of videos coming this week. Cover the Russell Brand stuff. I've got one coming out with the Alan Dershowitz and Joe Kent interview. And then I'm sure something else will pop up. I know that Baron Coleman and Jesse on Fire did a live stream. I thought about checking that out. Baron has recently gone on the attack against Gary from Paramount, calling him a federal agent, and that he's super concerned about Gary's chat. No, it's very scary in Gary's chat. He's really worried about the people that listen to Gary, like becoming radical and just like, what the fuck is he talking about? What a dork. Like, if his grift wasn't obvious before, just listen to him call out Gary and like what he's saying about the people that listen to Gary. Like that, you know what I mean? If you were unsure about Baron Coleman being a grifter and being a con and being, able to twist things and put on a little act, if you were unsure, you should be pretty positive now just listening to how he described Gary's Twitter commenters, how scary they are. Hold on. Here we go. Gary is a great guy. Are you sure? Are you sure? Never mind. I was gonna go on a fun little tangent, but yeah, Gary sure seems like a great guy. Sure seems like a great guy. Bit of an asshole for running a live stream right when that mother, but is what it is, guys. No ill will. Ben hit me up. He was like, hey, why don't you guys do this together? I was like, well, I didn't know Gary was doing this. I seen that he was going to do a live tonight at 6. So I was like, oh, you know what? Been a while since I've done a live. I really want to watch this debate. I'll do it early. I'll do it at like 3. And then like I post mine a couple hours later, that fucker's going at 2:30. I was like, oh, you son of a, but it's funny. S-Files, I attack Barron on X sometimes. He's an idiot and a liar. Well, he's definitely not an idiot. Barron knows what he's doing. Like, he does not believe half the shit he is saying. He's grifting. He's doing a devil's advocate thing. Like, Barron is not stupid. Stealing your thunder. Oh, yeah. Taking all my thunder. Gary, you bastard. We're going to have the YouTube war. It's not going to be much of a war, guys. Wouldn't be much of a war. Yeah, true. He knows. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. No, Barron knows what the hell he's doing. They all do. They all do. None of these fuckers believe any of this crap that they're saying. They don't. Trust me. They don't believe this shit. Not the content creators, the psychos in the chat, the psychos on X, like they probably do. The ones super chatting and paying them and like, oh, I love you so much, you're so right. Like they probably do. But the ones making the content don't believe this shit. They don't. They just see an easy grift. 100%. All about the grift. Yep. 100%. It's not even a hard grift. Like, they don't even have to put in any work. They really don't. Barron, like, he's putting in, like, Barron, if you ever see this, which you won't, but Barron, if you see this, bro, you don't have to work as hard as you're working for this grift, dude. You really don't. Like, he's going, I mean, I don't know how much he's doing or how much it's just people sending it to him, but like, just for example, finding that, that police scanner audio about one of the original like people of interest, Zach or whatever that guy's name was, where there's like descriptions of him wearing his like black tactical gear and he's driving around in a car and he's going from hospital to hospital looking for the victim. Like, I went through police scanner audio. I got all the police scanner audio from Utah that day. Like, that's a lot of work. That was entirely, I did it to find out what the hell he's talking about. But there's no reason for him to do that for the grift. Like, that's crazy. You're putting in way too much effort, Barron. You can slow down on the effort, dude. You could just get on and do a live stream and be like, Erica did it for sure. And they're going to send the super chats, dog. You're still going to get all the views. Mama Owlbear, Candace hiding in Italy is interesting. It's really not. I think that whole thing's a complete nothing burger. I don't think there's anything to it. I don't think she's being paid by the SPLC. I don't think there's some weird conspiracy going on in Italy. I don't know if maybe she got an invite or something from the Vatican because of all the wonderful things she's been doing for the Catholic Church. I don't know if her priest is from there, if she was getting confirmed out there. I have no idea, but I don't think there's anything to it. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd be okay being wrong with that and come to find out like, oh man, there was this whole planning thing that they were doing and it was all shady and yada, yada, yada. But I just don't think so. Audrey, poor Erica, my heart genuinely breaks for her. Yeah, that was crazy. People were ripping on her because she's crying and wanted to go, whatever she said, I just want to go home or whatever at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Like, are we kidding? No, it's so funny. oh, she's acting just so fake and so phony. Like, whatever. You retarded people think what you want to think. Yeah, it couldn't be the fact that she's just traumatized and violent, stupid stuff keeps happening. And yeah, no, not to mention, like, she says she doesn't pay attention to the noise or she doesn't listen to it. Like, I don't know, man. I hope that that's true, that she's not on the internet and looking through stuff and reading comments, but I feel like even you're going to end up catching one here and there. Your curiosity is going to get the better of you and you're going to end like, it's too bad. But it is what it is. Sick world we live in. S-Files. She was supposed to have her confirmation. Yeah. There's so much like I don't know. Cause speculating it's whatever. We could speculate, but we'll wait and see. I'm going to wait and see if there's anything to this. Cause I've heard all kinds of theories. Like, who was it? Graham Allen said something about like she's not even necessarily in Rome, or maybe she was momentarily, but really like she went overseas to like beg the lords for money to help with the Macron case and stuff because her legal team just quit on her or whatever. Like, could be. I don't know. Ex-Samurai, I just don't understand how they can all comment on how she's not with her children, but they don't say the same thing about Candace. Because it's an easy, it's just an easy shot. Like, it's an easy dig to make. They don't care about consistency. They don't care about logic. They don't care about any of that. It's just an easy dig on Erica Kirk. Something they can say that gets people riled up. It's rage bait. Some of them probably believe it, but I think for the most part, it's just rage bait. Just doing it for the clicks. Yeah, no matter what Erica does, they hate. 100%. Same thing with Trump. There's nothing like I talked about when Owen said, "Oh, I think if Trump pulled out of Iran right now and said we're done in the Middle East, that would be a net positive and he would win the midterms." Like, bullshit. You guys would be razzing him for that. Oh, so it was all for nothing. Like, it doesn't matter what these people do at this point. They're going to grift. They can spin it and twist it however they want to keep the hate going. It makes no difference. X Samurai 25. It's just sad at this point, Bronson. It is, but rest assured it will not last forever. Because if the Democrats win the midterms, right, if they start impeaching Trump and we start getting, it's not looking good for 2028, all of those people that were grifting off of this will now go back to the Democrats are bad and they're going to lock us all up grift. So, and people that are hating them right now for the cons that they are, I can assure you, as soon as they flip back to, the Dems are bad and we got to own the libs, as soon as they flip back to that, they'll forget all about it. Not all of them, but a lot of people. A lot of people forget all about it and they'll go right back to watching them again. Like, they're saying all the things I want to hear again. So now it's okay. Sucks, but it's the way it goes. It's how people are. Yeah, he was completely full of shit. Or maybe in his mind, like, well, if he does this, I'll think that's a good thing. So therefore, because I think it's a good thing, then now the midterms will be better. Like, I'm not sure how he would justify that in his own brain, but if he's telling the truth, if he really believes that, I don't know how he could. Like, really, Owen, you're not paying attention to like, what are we talking about? In fact, I think it's already been said. I think some people have already said that. Like, well, if he pulls out now, it's like, oh, cool. So what was this all for? Nothing. We just spent billions and billions of dollars and lost American lives for nothing, just for you to go in to accomplish nothing and then come out and call it a win. Like, no, what? How is that going to help the midterms in any way, shape, or form? Such a stupid thing to say. If he really believes that, then okay, we can start talking about how stupid Owen Shroyer is. Okay, guys, that's it. I'm going to call it. I got to go to the bathroom. Thank you guys for watching. Content's coming out. It's coming. I'll have a video dropping tomorrow and the next day and probably the next day. So look for that. I'll try to do a live stream when I can. Just depends if something good pops up. We'll see. If I hear good things about that Rachel Wilson debate, maybe we'll do a live stream tomorrow and catch that. But I post on X, guy. I'll probably start posting on YouTube too. It's just like a comment of when I'm going to go live. But I post on X anytime I'm going to go live. So if you're not on X, you probably should be. And if you don't follow me, you probably should. All right. Thanks, guys. We will catch you in the next one.